Good morning, Saudi Cup from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. You joined us for the second round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Now the weather in this morning session so far is bright and sunny, as you can see, and it should be a lovely day to see what we can expect from the lap times coming into this weekend. Now for today we will have all the practice sessions starting from the morning up until the evening, the Underbone 150s, the 250s, the TVS International Racing Championship, as well as the 600s and the 1000s. Now there's going to be a lot of talking points, so we'll expand a bit more into that later on throughout the day. But one factor that we think might play a part, if you saw our social media yesterday, might be the weather here in Buriram. So that's going to be an interesting one to have a look at. But for now, let's head out to the action on track for the free practice sessions.
In the other race, it's Husney once again who's opened his championship defence in fine form. So we're welcoming our fans, just looking at who's joining us, our friends, fans and followers from around the world, and especially of course from around Asia. We have no fewer than 13 practice sessions for you today. 2 for this category, the Underbone 150, 2 for TVS, and 3 each for the other categories, AP 250, Supersport 600 and ASB 1000. Now, as Daniel said, with rain forecast a little bit later, it's going to be important for these Underbone riders to bank a good time in this first session, because qualifying tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, is dependent upon combined qualifying free practice times from the 2 sessions today. So if we do as forecast get rain here later today, then it will be the times from this session that will count towards who goes through to qualifying 2 in the morning. So as I said, it was Husney and Gupita for Zir LFN who took away the big points from Sepang International Circuit in round 1. And on your screen now, that is one of the very distinctive Team One for All. New look for Team One for All this season, which is good because it means they've got some new sponsors. But Akshal Ilham Sapatullah is one rider we got very used to seeing Pirapong Luibumpeng, but Sumi Helsinki and Akshal looked really promising in the opening round in Buriram. Akshal mounting the podium in race 2. I'll just pick out some of there's 2 very well-known numbers, 87 and 77. 87, 2023 champion, Nazrul Izzat, and 77, one of the younger guns in this series, Aditya Fauzi. So Daniel's mounted the long climb up to the commentary position, which is right under the roof of the grandstand. Fantastic view that we have. But Daniel, who did you pick out? What kind of riders did you think were on form looking at round one at Sepang?
I think, as expected, we know what Husni's capable of, and I think it's very likely that he will be the man on the charge. Gubita as well. I feel like Gubita has come into the season in a really strong way. He's been he started well last season as well, but just faded off about midway through. He was always close, but I think Gubita has just maybe one championship left in him. He feels, and this might be the season to take it.
Yeah, Gubita's motivation never dropped. Previously two times champion, although it's several years ago now. But he's always been competitive, always full of enthusiasm. But I agree with you. I think he's got that extra little spark that says, I'm not done yet.
I think another one that I would like to look at is Randy. Randy's another top talent from Indonesia. He's coming to the season for a full season in Underbone 150s, and he's one to look out for. Another one will be, in my opinion, from the UZ team, and that is Shamra Shazras. If you guys saw the social media posting, they've added a bit of interesting aero sort of adjustments that they made. They just put this sort of, it's not really acrylic, but just a clear sheet of plastic below the bottom bit of where the lights would be, just to channel a bit more air into the radiator. And I found that an interesting bit of, if you want to call it, innovation.
Yeah, and that had escaped me as well. Mind you, I've got to be forgiven for not being able to see it from this distance.
Yeah, it's hard to spot. I mean, it's clear plastic as well, so
yeah.
Trying to capture on cameras is not easy. But if you want to see what it looks like, you can have a look at the social media. It's an interesting adjustment, and it sort of just makes sense, especially with the potential heat of Buriram. Won't make a big difference should we have wet weather. But in the potential 38-degree heats that might come to the Chang International Circuit, that would help quite a bit.
Yeah, it certainly would. We're just looking there at the number 52, Dimas Juliet Moko, really quick in Sepang. Scored a P2. In fact, it was a good round for the Race Tech 60 team, but let's give them their proper name, because they've attracted new sponsors this year as well. HDS Youngstar Kawahara. So they've been going really well. And Dimas always is quick. And looks like one of these riders who, after being quick for 2 or 3 seasons, has put himself in the position where he can get good results from races as well. So Dimas Julie also a contender for this season. Currently 4th, scored 20 points in round 1. Top of the pile, as I mentioned, as we open this session, is defending champion Husni. He's on 41. Gubita on 32. And April King Moscado, who put himself on the podium in race 2. He is on 22. And then it's Dimas Julie on 20. But it's always difficult to sort out the form in underbones, and after one round, let's not read too much into that. But I do like these the look of Team One for All this season.
A lot of them have had some new engine upgrades. I mean, we've seen the likes of the Yamaha Philippines outfit from the Forest 1M team, as well as Race Tech Yamaha Philippines. They have managed to find a lot more this season. I think those who recognize the name that I just mentioned, especially in April K. Moscado's team, will know which tuner that is. It's from Wayaji's outfit, and they have managed to deliver some fantastic performances. So a lot of teams finding those improvements. One for All, another one of them. And you can see there that it's just becoming a lot more competitive on a Underbone 150. Not that it wasn't competitive before this, but everyone's now found that little bit of extra.
Yeah, slightly smaller field this season, 22 entries, but the competitiveness is unchanged, it's fair to say.
we've got a bit of a reversal. The AP250 is the grid with 30 riders in this season, but Underbone's 22 riders.
Yeah, we should point out here a number change for April King this season as well. He's running with number 95. He's got Timothy Rojas with him. That's the number 78. And they've got nicely contrasting helmets. So April, white, Timothy, black. Another rider I noted looking really strong, newcomer, was Fadli Regani, one of the LFN debutants. LFN certainly know how to pick exciting young riders.
Yeah, I feel like any rider that comes through the LFN HP969 outfit, you can almost guarantee that they will be top contenders, and Fadli is definitely looking like he's one of them.
Yeah, and none other than Waiwaji. They're getting amongst the Filipino Yamahas there.
Race Tech really know how to pick out the colors. I mean, they've always got something distinct, and right now Waiwaji's team running this red and yellow livery as they enter into turn 4, the Sherwin corner.
Yeah, indeed, there we are. Sherwin Entertainment on board, and very welcome indeed as sponsors to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Another new sponsor coming in, and equally welcome is Scheffler, who've got that distinctive green and white signage that you'll see around the circuit. They join our established partners such as Idemitsu and Indian Oil, and of course Dunlop Sport Max. John Emerson and Gito currently at the top of the timing screens as we get to the midway point in this session, 2:01.690. That's a pretty decent time. You could expect to see them in qualifying in the mid to low 2 minutes.
Yeah. Reached about, not exactly midway, but sort of the midway point of the session where riders will tip in and do some adjustments. We've got most of the field back into pit lane now. So looking at the timings, what do you make of this session so far? I mean, we've got Amapaz, Sham and John at the top.
Yeah, it's too early to say, isn't it? And you've got Dimas and Cheryl and Rendy in the middle of the pack. I think it's a little bit earlier to say, but I do think that John Emerson looked really good in Sepang. It looks like he's had a little bit of a makeover. I mean, he's got such a great attitude. He loves racing, and that does endear him to fans, especially from the Philippines, of course. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, well, just the name tells you everything you need to know if you know this sport at all. You know, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, he is capable of winning. You always see him at the front. There can't be many Underbone races that he hasn't led at some stage.
He's the elder statesman in this class, but he is such quality.
Yeah, and still full of mischief and love for the sport. And running again for Cardinals. Cardinals also new look. They've got sponsors from Aeon Credit, JQK Images. That's Waiwaji there to the right of your screen, just chatting in pretty relaxed mode to his team there. The number 11 in the middle of the screen, that is Fazrul Sham on the Cardinals machine.
Here's a nice slow-mo here. This is them running through turn 8 and 9, I believe. Lovely shot of them flipping the bike over. You can see in the underbones, there's no shift of body weight on the seat for this section. They're just tilting the bike, flipping it to the right, and trying to be as tucked in as possible to get that little bit of benefit through a bit more streamlined positioning.
Yeah, it's like watching a race from the 1960s,
Indeed.
like Mike Hailwood style. So just an exchange of information there between Waiwaji, the team owner of Racetech 60. He started his team, I think this is the 3rd or 4th season for Racetech 60, attracted lots of sponsors, and he's done a fantastic job in introducing and bringing through younger riders, Dimash Julie being one of them, and Aditya Fauzi being another. But all calm there at the moment. As I said earlier, with rain forecast later and Q2 tomorrow morning to be determined by combined qualifying times. If it is wet this afternoon, then it's these times that are going to count.
Yeah, indeed. I think they have acknowledged that, and that's why we are seeing a bit of seriousness when it comes to this session.
Yeah, there are also rules that riders have to keep up to a certain pace to eliminate slow riding, and it really has.
Yep.
It's really worked. So
it's a real treat for our eyes. I mean,
yeah,
we used to see so much coasting about, and that is almost completely non-existent now. Here's another lovely slow-mo shot. Shout out to the production team for bringing in this new equipment. Got some great shots for the weekend. Again, the change of direction. So you can see Nazriel doesn't make much movement, but Kiki in the... Sorry, Aditya Fauzi, he is properly shifting his body weight in. And then now he tucks in. So that's a bit of different riding styles between the two.
Yeah, Nazriel straightening up much later.
And then there's Fazal Sham.
Yeah.
With an old school riding style. Love
yeah,
to
that's
see
right. You, even with that black visor, you can sense the grin on his face, can't you?
Just looking at Randy there, the number 129. He's ready to go out, but he's just waiting for everyone else to go out as well.
Yeah, so, well, the pits is the right place to play cat and mouse.
Yep. Randy with a team with a collaboration between the Philippines and Indonesian region for 4S1M. And I think they've really got a rising star in their hands. Randy is very much an impressive rider from the Indonesian region. Won most of the national championships that he's raced in and competed in. If he hasn't won the championship, he's always been in the top 3. So it's great to see Randy in a full season in the Underbone 150s. And I think he's probably going to be with us for a number of seasons from now on. He's top quality.
Yeah, absolutely. He's exciting to have in round 1, that's for sure. Let's see him put some results together this weekend, and all will be good. There's April King, the 95. Timothy Rojas, sensibly sticking right behind his senior teammate. And ever-present LFN. But it is John Emerson Ngito from the Philippines, 201.690. Right at the top there, 178 is Kiki Sudaman.
A bit of coasting above from these 3 here, so I think, well, actually coasting above from about 5 riders there, so there will be words said from race direction about this. This is...
Yeah, the penalties are real, and that includes the outlaps.
Yeah, we were just talking about not seeing that so far this season. Well, this is the first strike here, and it's not going to be too many people happy about this in race direction. I think they do need to get a boogie on, or it will be, I don't think even a warning anymore. It'll be a straight fine. They know what the penalty is.
Yeah, they know. Yeah, this rule was brought in at the end of last season, and it has worked well. Great work by race direction. round the... Yeah, you see them there going through the long lap penalty loop. Everybody, actually, nobody's gone through turn 5 properly.
Which is the right decision if you're not going at full chat, but the second they rejoin the track, they have to be back on it. And I'm just watching them go through turn 6 and 7 now, and then they're still coasting about. Someone's gone completely off as well. So, yeah, this is not what we want to see in 2026 from the Underbone 150s.
Yeah, and looking at the times here, if we do bet on rain, then we've got cut off at first 12, isn't it?
First 12, yeah.
So that's Rendy on a 2:04.628. Now that's not a quick time here at Chang International Circuit. So the majority of these riders need to get a move on. Just 3 in the 2:01s.
Just saw a quick glimpse of what can happen when someone's riding slow on the racing line, and that's not what you want to see. Shazras was, Darwish was really not happy with that, and understandably.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, another one. That was close, but I think that is a bike issue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the LFN bikes we can just see stopping on the other side of the track from the grandstand. April King goes through, untroubled. As does Silmi Helsinki on the number 58, team One for All.
Yeah, as of right now, should the times remain this way, John Emerson Ngito fastest in the session. And should the weather not permit any faster lap times, he will be leading the way into tomorrow's qualifying, which will be an outstanding result for John.
Absolutely, and a reward for getting his head down and getting a good time in early, and that was early as well.
Yeah, on lap number 3 he's done that, so good job from John. Adip Arshad as well, this is a strong performance from the young Malaysian. 5th fastest with a 2:03.3. It's not a quick time, but in regards to how they've ridden so far, that's enough for him to be P5. Nazrul Izzat, his teammate, in 7th, Aditya Fauzi in 8th. So there's 2 Hondas currently sitting in the top 8.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes to the checkered flag for this first and we suspect crucial session for Underbone 150s.
There's a Voj machine coming through. Zakir and Afizi Supat, they're coming into this round full of spirit for Voj, but it looks like at the Chang International Circuit, especially where the power of the engine will be tested, their targets of top 10 are going to be quite tough. Currently sitting the fastest rider for Voj, Afizi Supat with a 2:07, so a lot more to be found for them. Gupita has been absolutely silent in the session. He's down in 22nd with a 2:12, so something must have been wrong with his bike.
Yeah. Yeah, Gupita is not a dawdler, so yeah, clearly an issue there with the 0FN machine.
Yeah, Darwish there, he managed to pull a gap, so on his own it was a decent lap, a 2:04.7. In fact, without slipstream, he sets his fastest time of the session so far, but he just realized that he's pulled a gap from the group behind him, which is where he wanted to be, so he'll have to continue on and hope that they do catch up with him. His teammate there, Shazra, is making his way through. Fazl Sham getting sandwiched and pushed to the back of the group.
Yeah, he's untroubled. He knows he's safe.
Yeah, also going slow there after turn 3 as this group of 5 continues on.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a problem there for Fazrul.
Around the Sherwin corner they go, and into the next double left-hander section. That's the long lap penalty loop, just on the outside there. So in the ASB 1000, we do have a rider that will be taking that later on, but more on that later. For now, Shazras for the UZ team leads this group of 6. Wayaji had got excellent drive throughout that section, so he's improving through sector 2. He's done a decent sector 1 as well, so Wayaji might And see, putting himself up a couple of positions.
Yeah, 2 month Helsinki in this one as well.
Nazrul Izat's on an absolute flyer. He's gone quicker in Sector 1. He's gone fastest in Sector 2. Tell you what, he is 6/10 faster in Sector 2 than Wayuaji. So look out for Nazrul Izat.
Yeah, Rendy's getting himself, looking at his pace, getting himself into a position where he can look good for Q2 tomorrow. Let's see. So the timing screens jump around. Well, Husney's just gone to the top, and Nazrul's gone to P2, Rendy up to P3. So we called those pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't expect Husney's that. It completely skips my vision, but wow. Husney, I mean,
It was his first and third sectors, yeah.
Unbelievable. You can never discount Husney. No matter how far he's down in the road, suddenly he's going to find his way up to the top.
Yeah.
Oh, what a top 3 for now. Husney, Nazrul Izat, Rendy.
And then John Emerson Gito. Fazrul Sham pushed down to 5th, and Gupita up to 6th. So whatever his issue was, that seems to be resolved. He did 202.4.
Oh, got a large group now. We've got a lot of good lap times coming in.
Yeah.
Fazrul Sham has just set the fastest first sector. A lot of riders improving through Sector 1 as well. Oh, getting a bit tight. It looks like a race going on right now.
Yeah, they're really close for practice.
Yeah, Muzak here from the Voj team has improved up into 18th with a 204, so that's a lot better looking for Voj.
Yeah, Voj looked really good at Sepang as well, much more promising, just getting within just a few seconds of the race winner. And we've got Ardib also looking good there, the number 27. Voj looking aggressive there. Fazrul still on it as well, and the number 11. So it's Adib, Gupita, another number change. Gupita is running number 73. The checkered flag is out. So these will be the decisive lap times, probably, for who goes through to Q2 tomorrow. So let's see how these move around. Hosni stays top.
Oh, Dimas has gone 3rd fastest.
Yeah.
Fazrul Sham up into 6th.
Yeah, winners that time around. Dalwisi, Kiki came up. Wayuaji and Shafiq Rasol moved up to 11th. Ooh. And Adib, who was in that group, in 12th.
Yes, Adib will be right at the cutoff. Missing out, it's going to be potentially Aditya Fauzi if this is the fastest session. So it's unfortunate for Aditya, who's had good performances here before.
Yeah, I mean, look at the names in the lower regions there. Fadli Aditya. Well, there he was. Not really a surprise to see him, although we weren't. His lap times caught us out with his timing. He was the only rider into the 2 minutes, 2 minutes 9.929. And then it was Nazrul, who does go well here, although his results here haven't been quite so good. 201.2, 201.4 for Dimas Juliet Moko for HDS Youngstar Kawahara Race Tech 60. And then it was Rendy, John Emerson Gito, Fazrul Sham, Gupita Krishna, Dawisi, Kiki Sudaman, 202.886. Then it was Wayuaji, just behind him. Shafiq Rasol for Aeon Credit, JQK Synergies Cardinals, 11th quickest, Livarsha 12th. Then it was Fadli Ragani, Aditya Fauzi, Silmi Helsinki, Shawar Shazras down on a 204.074. And then Shurat Sauki, Akshal Ilham Safatullah for Team One for All. Podium finisher in Sepang was Zakir Mohammed, the quicker of the Voges, 204.918. April King Moscado, down the order by his standards on a 205. Timothy Rojas, then Afizi Supat did a 207.930. So, first session done. We'll just have a look at some of the slow-mo pictures while we take a break. And when we come back, it will be for the first session of the day for the Asia Production 250s. So stay with us. We are at Chang International Circuit in the heart of northeast Thailand for round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And this is the AP250 class, the riders starting their first flying laps. It was notable that they all really got down and did some quite serious outlaps as well, these guys. So let's take a look at what we can expect from the AP250 class today. There they go round turn 3. And as you can see, there are a lot of bikes on track here, 30 entrants for the season. And the best of them so far is a rider with a home advantage here, Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand. And Kritapat opened his 2026 account brilliantly at Sepang International with a double win despite qualifying 10th. And so he comes to his home race with a 19-point advantage over returning Astra Honda rider to this category, Reza Danica Arend, 2 times champion previously and another previous champion. Gary Salim now riding for MS Glow for men, also back into this championship. So we have a couple of veterans here, and at some point we'll see another veteran, but we'll keep our powder dry for now. But it's something that Daniel and I are very excited about. There it is, given away on the screen there. Number 76 is Hiroki Ono, who's coming in as a replacement rider for the injured Viet Tuan for Honda Racing Vietnam. Hiroki came into this season as a rider coach for the team, and then unfortunately Viet Tuan sustained a leg injury in the All Japan Series, and so none other than Hiroki Ono is stepping in for him for this round and probably the next round as well.
Yep.
At in Japan for his home race at Motegi. And if you really go back a long way, Motegi is the place where Hiroki Ono scored a race win from memory in Moto 3. So Hiroki Ono set to put the proverbial cat among the pigeons here in this AP250 class. He's won 5 All Japan GP3, the small category championships, and he's won 2 TVS championships here. I mean, he's just a phenomenal light motorcycle rider. There he is, the number 76 at the front of that group there. Yeah, what are you feeling, Daniel, about this entry?
Oh, it's exciting. I mean, speaking of replacement riders, we've also got Irfan Adiansha, another top rider on the Honda. He's already set the fastest for a second time. I mean, this AP250 list is just getting more and more interesting as we go in. Hiroki Ono, we'll have him for 2 rounds in Motegi as well. So, a race in Chang where Hiroki's strong as well as a race in Motegi. That's going to be absolutely exciting. Got Idil Fitri Mahadi as well in for Victor Racing, another top talent. Back in the day, he was in the CEV Championship as well, so he's got some experience under his belt. Dennis Sharma, who's just gone fastest as well. I mean, this list is fantastic.
Yeah, you got the old war horses like Hiroki Ono, begging his pardon. Not really. Reza Danica and Gary Salim. But Daniel Sharmi is another rider that I really like. The 57 just going through on the right of your screen there. Yeah.
We have Aiki Yoshi, who's still getting to grips with the CBR 250, and yeah, Sepang in the first session was super impressive, but eventually we didn't get to see the best of Aiki, but definitely not a bad start for him. It's going to be interesting as we enter this round. And their list in the AP250 is amazing. Even wildcards like Pachra Gontong Along, another top talent, Tiranai Tuktim.
Yeah, the list really does go on here.
And let's not forget the star from race 1, Gary Salim with MS Glow for Men. And it's interesting, Gary, yesterday he did mention that if he does get the result that he desires this season, which he mentioned the title, he will potentially be looking at going into the 600. So I think that's something we would all love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Many seasons ago, he had a double 600 race win at his home track in Sentul. So that tells you how long ago it was. But yeah, I'd love to see Gary back in 600s. At the top of the timing screen now is the championship leader. We can call him that because he does have quite an advantage there. Newcomer to this series and a very welcome one, Pirapong Nui Bumpeng. Long mainstay of the Underbone 150 class as the sole tie rider in that category, and went out in style, winning race 2 here at Chang International Circuit in December. He's in, he made a pretty decent start to 2026. A couple of top 10 places in Sepang.
Here's Andy Fuddy, who's just gone second fastest, and Xu Chengzhang as well has done a decent time for himself, only 3 seconds off the pace. So it seems that there have been some upgrades. They did say that they're going to try and find a bit more for this run, and it looks like already it's working a treat. Andy Fuddy is only 0.069 away from Pritapat Kangkum's timing. So will we finally see this Kawasaki in proper competitive form? Because Andy's doing this on his own as well.
Yeah, that would be fantastic to see. And also Andy with the injuries that he's had over the last 2 seasons that hampered him in 600s. Delighted to see him back on a Kawasaki, even if it's a rather different one to the one that he was champion on, this being the 4-cylinder, as you heard a few moments ago. But Aiki Yoshi qualified this Kawasaki in P3 in round 1 last year. So it can go well here. So 10 minutes of this session gone. Andy Fadley comes in to make a stop. Beautifully turned out machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's that classic Kawasaki green and blue. I just love to see it. Reach Takahira has had a strong start as well, a 53.087 for a reach. Regulation's a bit different this season, so to compare to last season's timings, it's a bit difficult. There are new RPM limits set to try and keep the battle alive all the way through. And it's been working well. So it looks like as of right now, the fastest times are in the 52s. The weather right now is optimal, I would say, for strong lap times. It's cool, it's not too hot, apart from the moments of sunshine that I had during the opening, but cloud cover has arrived.
Yeah, you made the most of it, Daniel.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Got a bit of vitamin D. These riders won't get it.
Absolutely. Churagon there, running number 321. It's a good number. Yeah, we were talking last night at dinner, Daniel, about East NJT coming back in to the series. We've been nagging them over commentary over the last year and the start of this season to come back. And they just dipped a toe in the water here with Pacharagon coming back in. So thanks, guys, and welcome back.
Yeah, it's very good to have you guys back in the paddock, and we do hope to see you guys coming back in for a full season if you're listening. It's always been fun to see. Gosh, what was the last color? Fuchsia. The fuchsia colors.
Yeah, fuchsia and white. Yeah, they're so distinctive. Yeah. That number on your screen there is one you're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend. That is Pritapat Kangkum. 152.8. It's a pretty decent lap time.
Tiranai took Tim now, going around. Tiranai, another one we will keep our eyes on. He's currently sitting in 12th. And Pritapat did say that with Tiranai, he's always trying to help Tierney find that little bit extra to try and play the team game together. Tierney, of course, racing as well in the R3 Blue Crew Asia Pacific Championship. So he's had a busy week. He's just come back after last week's edition at the Bend. So he'll be pretty much race fit. He'll have the rhythm.
Yeah, and just to correct my error from a few minutes ago, 36 is Tierney, 39 is Kritapat.
Yeah, just flipping that second number, it seems, for them. Galanghendra has gone 7th fastest. It's not been the start that I expected from Galanghendra last round. Again, I put high expectations in Galanghendra simply because we know how much of a quality rider he is back in his days in the World Championship. So last season was a learning season for the team, but my word, they put in a good fight.
Yeah, and they're in SDG colours. Is Aiki Yoshi. I'm still doing a double take every time I see that 37 on the SDG Honda. But Aiki Yoshi enjoying his time on the Honda, and especially with SDG.
You'd have to feel, though, the second Aiki comes into pit lane now, Andy in pit lane is going to wave at Aiki and say, hey, look what I'm doing on our old bike.
Well, yeah. Former teammates, sparring partners.
They went well together.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they really did.
Whoa, look at Reza there on the inside of Carlton Jacob Solis. Whoa.
Yeah, Razor might have been a little bit miffed not to have come straight back to form at Sepang. I mean, he didn't do badly, but I think he expected to have a better chance of winning than actually turned out. So, yes, early signs of grit there from the 2 times former champion.
Yeah, Reza will have a lot of good memories at the Chang International Circuit on this bike. Let's good look at number 88 of Chandra Hermawan.
Yeah, Chandra looking good ever since really the later stages of last season. Aldias Axel is the 69. There's Kritapat, Andy Fadley, Rish Takahira, Daniel Sharmi and Panjaru at the top. Aiki Yoshi, as we're discussing the 2 former teammates, in 11th. He's done a 154.4. Andy on the Kawasaki has done 152.9. So we'll have to adjust our expectations of lap times a little bit. A year ago they were doing 51s, and even lower actually in December. Although December the weather's a little bit better, so you'd expect the quicker times to be then. There on your screen, you've got 1, 2, 3 Reza Danica, 88 Chandra, and 69 Aldiaz Axel.
Yeah, 3 good talents from Indonesia there. The experienced Reza, the rising Chandra, and somewhat an underdog, Aldiaz Axel, but he's putting in a good fight. He's only sitting in 7th after that lap. We've only seen for a short run at the start. He's down in 14th. He would love to put in a good performance here. Irfan Haikal, just caught my eye that he is being pushed down really quite far, 55.0. Irfan Haikal and the Malaysian Honda outfit, they've really had some struggles. Irfan's a good talent, but it seems that in the 250s, they're just struggling to find any pace at all. Remember, I think it was 2 seasons ago, they were on it. We would see them regularly in the top 10, but ever since then, it's just been a struggle. Shota Yokoyama, the Japanese rider, found himself in 24th position. I guess I expected quite a lot from Shota, but it is a new outfit, so They will need to try and find improvements step by step. It's a decent rider, Shota. They on credit Synergy's Cardinals team. Sort of the symphony of those 4 cylinders from the ZX25RZ.
Yeah.
I think it was Andy running through turn 7. Gorgeous sound.
Yeah. It's an exciting rider on your screen there. 571 for Dilma Shavi.
Yeah, another strong young talent from Yamaha Indonesia. The Yamaha and Honda talent factories in Indonesia are working really, really well.
They really do, yeah. And at such scale as well. It's quite amazing. Ooh, look who's just jumped up to the top. 52.8 for Pirapong Nuibimpeng. Wow. Okay.
That is impressive.
Game on for Team One for All.
I mean, he started off his campaign in AP250 quite well. 2 races with 8 points.
Yeah, very decent. Yeah.
And with One for All, who's been improving, and it's a challenge for them entering in the AP250s, but he's done an amazing job so far. Top speed as well, 196.4 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Matching
and look, there's trouble coming in P2. 1,000th of a second behind Pirapong Nuibimpeng is the number, what is he running? 76, Hiroki Ono.
Whoa, this is exciting. Look at what we have. Pirapong on top, Hiroki Ono in second, Kretapar in third, Andy in fourth, then Oshami fifth, and Rich Takahira sixth. This is going to get really interesting. Between them, less than 3/10.
Yeah. This is such a strong field. I keep looking down the order and just seeing name after name after name. I mean, you've got another debutant, but a fantastic one. Fahmi Bassam, the number 222, down in 18th currently. Oh.
It's amazing, isn't it, this class? It just keeps getting better and better. Andy Fadli's just come out of pit lane, so he's going to try and find an improvement. Look at that, between the top 5, less than 2/10. Between the top 6, less than 3/10. In the top 9, less than a second.
Yeah, there is Daniel Shami, 152.9. Yeah, like you said, Daniel, they're so close. Less than 2/10 covering the top 5.
That's fantastic, as Daniel Shami. He's on his own, so it's going to be a bit hard to find some improvements on your own around the Chang International Circuit. 4.5 kilometers long. Reza's found himself behind Daniel Shami, so he's going to find some late improvements.
Yeah, currently 1.2 seconds off the top. Number 1, 2, 3, Reza Danica.
In a season where I thought Reach might finally creep his way onto the podiums and get some race wins in, competition has raised the bar, so it's going to be a really good battle.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely is. Reza Danica improving on this lap, as is Fadil Mashuvi.
He's found some improvements, but he's only gone 14th fastest. Fadil Mushavi's gone up into 10th with 53.8.
Yeah, well, in the middle of your screen there is Team One for All, I think. Pirapong. Back with 57, Daniel Shami. Yeah, that is the number 24 of Pirapong, just ahead of him. Leading the time on the screen by 1,000th of a second from Hiroki Ono. Well, Hiroki Ono does qualify well, and already just 2/3 of the way through this session, he's on the pace. And we saw Viet Tuan go really well at Sepang, so the bike's quick, we know that.
I'll tell you what's just caught my eye. In P23, Shun Cheng Zhang, on the lap that he came into pit lane, he set the fastest Sector 1 time.
Yeah, he did.
That's really impressive for Shun Cheng Zhang.
That is impressive. It's a power sector as well, which is also interesting.
Because I'm not mistaken, when Pierpont set his lap, he was doing a 26.3 or 26.2. So Chen Zhang found 2/10 faster than him there. Impressive from the rider from China.
Yeah.
Good job, Antares.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, really good job. Well, he said at Sepang that he wanted to be known as a racer, not as the youngest team owner in the paddock. I think that just pricked him a little bit.
That's probably what motivated him there.
But fantastic character to have in the paddock, actually, Chen Zhang. And if you're not following the Antares Instagram account, then do so immediately, because the content there is terrific. It's entertaining, informative. It's really, really good and beautifully shot as well.
Yeah, always. A bit of AT's riding style there from Pierpont Louis Bumpeng. The only one riding this way in this class. Last time we saw this riding style was
1979.
But it's just to show that even with that old school style, he's managing to clock in some amazing times. And I find it interesting because Pierpont's not that old.
No, I mean, he's older than he looks. I mean, he's been racing in Thailand for 15 years that I can recall. But he still only looks about 19.
True. Yes, we got quite a number of riders who just come out of pit lane. Reza has set his fastest time, so now it's getting bunched up. Irfan Aikal's gone 10th fastest, so in the top 11, it's under a second. In the top 10, it's under 8/10, so the pack is tightening up at the top. Hiroki Ono has just come out to begin his flying lap as well. There's Carlson Jacob Solis getting to grips with the Chang International Circuit. He's racing the Thailand Talent Cup, so I think he will have done some laps around here as well.
Yeah, and another great looking machine, the SDG Hondas. It's coming up and through, past Aldiaz Axel. So out of the local riders, we've got Pirapong and Kritapat in the top 3. Panjaru, Honda Racing Thailand in 8th. Pacharagon in for NJT. And we've got Tiranai down in 19th actually.
I think in this session, Tiranai's been on his own quite a bit. I think probably just try and get used to the bike. The regulations will be a bit different from what he's ridden, especially in the R3 Blue Crew, where he's just come from last week at the Bend. So he'll have some adjustment to be made on his bike and his own riding as well. No improvements happening on this lap.
Yeah, the times in this practice session, Daniel, are much tighter than I remember in practice sessions for AP250s. 1 second covering the first 12 here. That's Pirapong to Fadil. There's Andy Fadley, the familiar number 108. He's currently 4th, 152.955. It's just 15 hundredths of a second off Pirapong's time at the top. Yeah.
17, so started the session off decently, but he's still trying to get used to the bike again. He's been riding the CBR 250s and a different outfit for quite a number of seasons in the NWA and SEK racing team. He's done it as well just last week in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, so
yeah. Looks like a good lap starting for Andy Fadley. It's not far off the top, just 15 hundredths. It's turn 3. Those riders running wide. That's a reasonably safe place to get out of the way. 39 is Kritapat. Hiroki Ono has just gone to the top with a 152.727. Well, welcome Hiroki Ono to the AP 250s. If you can do this at Chang International, what can you do at Motegi, the site of your Moto 3 glory?
They need to bring Hiroki Ono back in for a full season next year. I mean, he's not done by any means. He's so good.
He's a beast. I mean, he's such a nice guy, socially. And he's warm and generous and all the rest of it. Put him on a bike and he's an absolute monster.
I would be shaking if in an entry list that I'm competing in and I see Hiroki Ono coming in 250s. You just know he's going to be there. And look at what he's doing. His first time on the Thai Honda Vietnam bike. Sorry, the Honda Vietnam bike in Thailand. And he's done this. He's topped the practice sheets.
Well, when I saw he was coming in, I retweeted the official ARRC tweet with an expectation, but wow, yeah.
This is not a good lap coming in for me. He's not improving to sector 1 or 2, but it's slightly faster than what he did on the last lap. So if he has a really good sector 3, he might go just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, further down the order, Irfan Ardiansha having a pretty decent lap as well. It was good to see Irfan. I missed him off the entry list in, I missed him from the entry list in Sepang. So I'm delighted to see him here because he's one of those riders, and there are several in this category that make things happen.
Irfan Ardiansha has gone 4th fastest. He's done a 52.9. This one, I think that he needs to get used to this bike, even though it's the similar bike to what he's ridden. He's gone top 4 in his replacement ride.
So yeah, there we go. Usually you call these. Well, Daniel, I just snatched that one. There he is, the number 16. Irfan Ardiansha. Just ahead of him is, or just behind him now, is Gary Salim on the MS Glow for Men Honda.
Improving right now, Hiroki Ono, Kritapat, Irfan, Al Diaz, Fadil Mushabi, and Gary Salim, as well as Tiranai Tuktim. They're all doing similar first sector times. There's going to be some shifts in positions.
So this is an exciting first of 3 practice sessions for the AP 250s today. It's all going to come down to this last lap. This is like a qualifying session.
It is, yeah.
And look who's stamping his authority. Hiroki Ono. Yeah, Gary Salim having a push there.
Oh, Irfan Ardiansha has just gone and done the fastest sector 2 time, and he's got the slipstream of Tiranai Tuktim in front of him. Irfan Ardiansha might just shoot up to the top. As of right now, it's not going to be quite enough, but look at the aggression from Irfan Ardiansha. Kritapat as well, improving through sector 2. This is going to get interesting. Gary Salim as well has improved, so Gary might jump up into the top 10 positions.
Yeah.
Shotoyuki, I'm as well finding some mega improvements.
Yeah, all these riders going well. Let's see what happens now as they make their way round. Final turn for the final time. And Kritapat goes back to the top. Irfan Ardiansha, welcome back Irfan Ardiansha. The second quickest time pushes down Hiroki Ono.
Gary Salim has gone 7th fastest, so yeah, a lot of shifts of names. Reza Danica, who is going decently, has gone down into 12th now. Tiranai up into 11th. Panjaruk has gone to 10th.
Well, colourful backdrop we have there. So there, right at the last knocking, 152.421. Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Championship leader takes the top spot in free practice 1. And then it was the returning Irfan Ardiansha, the newcomer Hiroki Ono to this category, 152.525, so just a tenth of a second adrift. Then it was Pirapong Lubenpeng, class rookie, Andy Fadley on the Pro Power Antares Kawasaki, 52.955. Then it was Daniel Sharmi 6th, Gary Salim 7th, 8th, Rish Takahira 9th, Chandra Homawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, then Panjarut Chitrul-Chat for Honda Racing Thailand, Turanai Tuptin, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, then Razor Danica down in 12th, 153.5, Irfan Haikal for Motor Honda Asia, and then jumping to 16th, Aiki Yoshi for Team SDG in his new livery on the SDG Honda. Galang Hendra was 17th, 18th, Pacharagon for NJT PTT Lubricants. Welcome back once again to them. Fahmi Bassam was 19th. Then it was Hu Tri Gao Jiang for Team One for All was 21st. Jazil Jerome, Singaporean, was 22nd. Shoto Yokohama for Aeon Credit JQK Zenegis Cardinals, 23rd. Shunchen Zhang, after that sensational Sector 1 Pro Power Antares Kawasaki, 155.5. Then it was Carlson Jacob, Raku Hasegawa for Team SGG, Jan Junhao for Victor Racing Team, Setu Rajiv for Servo Hypersport, the Indian team, was 28th. Lu Yin, welcome back to the young injured Chinese rider, well, hopefully not injured anymore. And then Idil Fitri Mahadi for Victor Racing Team was 30th quickest. And that is all the runners and riders for this weekend. So, what a session to get us going today. The AP250s, like you said, much like a qualifying session. We'll see some highlights for that while we take a short break and get ourselves ready for the Supersport 600s. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit for round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Very warm welcome back to Chang International Circuit here in Buriram in the northeast of Thailand. We are delighted to be here once again for this year. It's round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are now in our 3rd session of Free Practice Friday, and that means we are on board with the Supersport 600s. Super competitive category as always, with riders moving up, riders moving out of the category as well. The rider that always brings whatever he's got, the number 89, Wayne Agroho. Really quick rider in this class, not the most consistent, but he does go well here at Chang International. Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's got none other than the great Dimas Eki Pratama, the number 20, behind him. There's Dimas, very welcome back to the veteran. So much international experience, it's difficult to know where to start, but highlights include Moto2, endurance racing, and while this is a new entry to this class and they're taking a little bit of a while to get up to speed, you should see him on a climbing trajectory during the season. Oh, with just a few minutes gone, it's number 500 on your screen there, Anupab Sarmoon. Very familiar number going back years and years and years to AP250s. We've seen him in ASB 1000 as well this year, as he was last year. He is in Supersport 600, second in last year's championship. Lap times we're going to be looking for in Supersport, in the 1:38, something like that. So as we're seeing now, with just 1 or 2 flying laps done, you can see them just edging down towards that. 1:40.868 is the quickest time from Anupab. 36 going through there is Ferozi Torakatula. Second season now for Ferozi, after a battling 2024 in AP250s, which saw him finish second in the championship despite having a broken leg mid-season. So we know his grit. We have seen him on the podium. Really quick rider, and it'd be good to see him really coming through and stamping his authority on this Supersport 600 category. This has been about Yamaha's so far, but just behind is one of the Malaysian Hondas. Just wait and see. It's probably Karolidin Paui. Ferozi there going wide. Yeah, around the fastest section of the circuit. Turn 3 down to turn 4, the Sherwin bend. So Anupab there outpacing his Indonesian fellow Yamaha rider. I'm guessing the Honda behind them is Karolidin Paui. We haven't seen him yet, but another Yamaha. very definitely worth talking about is the Yamaha of Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Race winner last time out, and yeah, there he goes, up into P2. So Anupab and Kazma in the 140s. Can expect in these really good conditions to see another couple of seconds off that, or close to that. Lovely slow-mo shot there of Anupab. Yeah, fantastic coverage we're getting this season. The production team getting better and better here. Well, the equipment anyway, the production team's always been good. The equipment we're seeing used here is really impressive, and they're making the best use of it.
Yeah, brand new cameras, brand new camera angles. Love to see it. Kazma there.
Yeah, a bit of inside information. Brand new monitors too, Daniel.
Oh yeah, we've got some lovely new monitors. You guys will not see what this looks like, but everything's been upgraded, and yeah, it's just getting
Actually,
better.
if you check my Instagram story, you
Oh
will see
yeah.
it.
There we have it, everyone. Follow Mr. Barry Russell on Instagram, and you will see our brand new monitors. And there's Kazma there with his brand new green cutlass, and he's got some new green on the suit as well. That looks really good. But a pink 27 on the side, so.
Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, switch of colour for the flashes of Kazma Daniel. Flashes of genius too from the Malaysian. We certainly saw it in race 2 at Sepang in the opening round. It was a funny weekend for him really, with his bike, as he said, not talking to him in race 1. They came back and had a good old chat in race 2, and he took the victory. Helmi Asman had a good outing. It was a hard outing because it was tough for him until he found setup after qualifying and transformed his performance into a race win.
Lap times we're looking for will be around the 139s. The mid 139 was around this time of the year. Well, just a little higher than mid 39 was about the benchmark set by Tanat Longpleo and Wahyu Nugroho. So as Kazma and Kyle Paz actually there. The 4 of them all clocked in at 139.6. Helmi Asman with his brand new helmet design on that Alpine Star SR10R.
Yeah, looking really good. That's a change of number colour for him too, isn't it?
He's running a red colour.
Oh, but he's still got the yellow on the back of his leathers.
He does, yeah.
So they're in transition, the 600 riders. Kazma going from pink to green, and Helmi going from yellow to red.
Well, they do say when you change numbers or change colors, you're birthing a new era, so maybe.
Yeah, I noticed Helmi's teammate, Carlidon Powie, who's changed his number as well to 98, but still has his old number on his helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the designers are perhaps not in sync when they decided to change, or they just changed really last minute.
Yeah, number 31 coming alongside Helmi there is Tanat Longpleo.
Kip's going to try and get a bit of wind behind Tanat now. Tanat is probably the reference rider over here as well. That's Anupab. It's not a bad place for Kip to be in right now. Helmi just a bit in front of them.
Yeah, Tanat pushing there, right out, just brushing the green at the exit of the turn there.
If I remember correctly, in the briefing yesterday, I'll have to double check this, but at turn 7 now we have Mizano curbs, so Mizano curbs means that they're a lot more bumpy, so they can't really just freely run over them. That was being warned to by Mr. Rohan.
Yeah. Yeah, as a rider, Daniel, how do you regard that move? Is it Does it make things fair, or as a rider, is it frustrating?
Well, personally, I never use too much of the curbs. I never use more than I needed, but I understand that in a race battle, when you're in a group, sometimes you just can't avoid it. But it is a bit difficult, but I think it's in the eyes of a bit of safety and a bit of just playing within the margins. As Tana gets a bit crossed up. So I think it's a good move from race direction. Good move from the Chang International Circuit as well to implement that.
Yeah, I agree from the point of view of the spectacle. And one of the things that nobody wants is riders losing places because they've just gone a millimetre onto the green runoff area. So this does make it better.
You can see that there, Tanat, he went onto the really bumpy bits there, and you just can't use that much of the curbs here anymore. So that is the real difference. You have to keep within the margins a lot more. It does change your line a bit, though. Like in Sepang, for example, you can really use quite a bit of the curb before it gets a bit hard to control. Over here, though, you really can't. And it's really not that obvious on camera, but had a jog around yesterday, and when you really look at it, you can really see how really intense these bumps are on the curb, so you don't really want to be running along it.
Yeah, there's Herjun on the podium with a P3 in Sepang, the number 46. Why are you making it very clear that he's going to come in?
Yeah, good job there, were you? Good strong thighs on both of his legs there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one thing I love about Wai, he always puts on a good show, and if you see his rider profile photos, he has probably the best pose of all the riders. Might think about a modeling career after his racing career.
Yeah, the camera loves him.
Yeah.
And he loves racing. He's another one of these riders that has an absolute joy in what he's doing.
Yeah, I still remember in Mandalika last season when Ferozi got onto the podium as well. And Ferozi won that race, if I remember correctly. And while he was saying that he completely understands how Ferozi feels, it's exactly how he felt when he got his podium and victory. So
yeah,
it was a really nice, touching message from him.
It was. I remember noting the contrast in the styles of happiness, because Wai was just totally elated and grinning from ear to ear, and the joy of Ferozi was more gritty, like yes, this is mine.
Yeah,
it was different styles.
Yes, Isam Ikmal for Victor Racing. So Isam's comment to me was that the engine is really in good shape, but they struggled to stop the bike. But right now, top speed-wise, he's really lacking. Nearly about 9 kilometers per hour down on Anupap. So he's playing a bit of catch-up with Victor Racing. He's had a number of crashes in his past couple of races. So a bit of recovery needed for Isam Ikmal.
Yeah, he hurt his shoulder, didn't he, at Sepang?
Yeah, he had a huge road rash on his left shoulder, if I remember correctly, and he would have been riding in some amount of pain. So I think by now that should have been more or less healed, but of course any fall that can do that much damage, you'll still feel it a few weeks after.
Yeah, if nothing else, it's going to be tender, and then you get into the leathers.
Isam is just all over the shot, just can't get that bike turn. We saw that turn 3, we're seeing it now again, around turn 8 and 9. So he's going to come back in, he's going to have some adjustments to do.
So Anupab and Kazma at the top, those two doughty rivals.
I would like it if they could fix that number 2 on Isam's font, because that's a hard one to really make out.
Yeah, I misread it earlier. My brain stopped it coming out of my mouth, but luckily you've still got a little bit of control there. But
here's Kiatasak. He's riding in pain. His wrist is still pretty much injured from a crash in the Malaysian Superbike Championship last weekend. It's a big high side for Kiatasak on turn 14. So the good news is that it is the left wrist, so he Won't have to work that arm too much, but he was wearing a brace still yesterday. This is Zhao Tianhao, the rider from China in this class, getting to grips with the Chang International Circuit with Victor Racing. Using the Revit suit, not a suit we see often in this championship.
No, that's right, but perhaps carrying his national colours.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay, that works. It certainly works for us in commentary.
Yeah, definitely. Easy to pick out.
Yeah, more and more Chinese riders and Chinese presence in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah,
There's Helmi Asman.
I was going to say, I did like Zhao's helmet as well. It's got the Jiro Keto design. Classic design on the Shui helmet.
Yeah.
Yes, Helmi giving it a full send. Really like Helmi's simple helmet design on that Alpine Stars lid.
Yeah, I saw, it wasn't an ARC rider, but a GP rider, I think, with the new helmet design he put on Instagram yesterday, and it was so complicated. I mean, when these bikes are doing 200 or 300 kilometers per hour, the simple kind of old style colors really work.
Indeed. And I think, honestly, the best one to ever do it, the greatest example to follow for helmet designs will be Rossi's helmets. They were always special looking, but simple enough that you would recognize it.
Yeah. Okay, there is Ferozi, the number 36, currently in 10th, 141.637. 1.5 seconds covering the top 10 here, and then it's Dimas. Fadila Arbi is a Mikmal, and Jiaodin Tianhao, beg his pardon, 154.686.
Yeah, Dimas is not doing too bad. He's 1.7 off, so he's showing his quality again. And of course, Dimas he's a busy man this season, racing in the Super Sport 600s. I do believe as well I'll have to check by whether he's racing the Manlika Series again this year, or if he's just fully focused on the Baggers Cup in the MotoGP Championship with Nitty Racing.
Yeah, yeah.
Who've signed an outstanding rider. So congratulations to the Indonesian team for getting Andrea Iannoni as a teammate for Dimas.
Yes, I saw that yesterday, yeah. Nice work by Nitty Racing, that's for sure.
Yeah. As we follow Ferozi now. 41.6 is Ferozi's fastest. It's not been the strongest start to the season for Ferozi. I think we expect a lot from him.
Yeah, second season. This is when he should be making his mark in Super Sports. So, tie at the top. Anupad, been there for a while. Fadila Arbi a little bit further down. P12. Making a move. Jiaodin Tianhao. Must get that right. Tianhao. In my day-to-day work, I use Chinese names a lot, so I don't know why I'm struggling with that one. Okay, number 18 is Kitsada. Fadila Arbi, class rookie, AP250 champion, running the 93. I'll be perhaps going a little bit quicker this time around. Not threatening. Helmi and Wayu Nugroho are now coming out with just under 8 minutes remaining in this first 30-minute session. There's another 2 later in the day. There is the number 93. I think on the front of that bike as well, Daniel, just talking about numbers, at first glance, that looked to me like a 33.
Yeah, it's the font choice for RB. I've noticed since round one, it's a bit confusing. We recognize that he would choose a 93, but that digital font with the cutout at the left of the 9 it's a bit confusing. RB as well as a new helmet design for this season, designed by one of the in-house designers in Indonesia.
Yeah, new category, new outfit. That's good. And they are going through up. That is turn 2. If you're not familiar with this circuit, it doesn't really look like anything. It's just a kink. So take a look at RB's style here. Hard braking there, and that rear wheel coming up a good 10 centimeters off the asphalt. He tipped into turn 3. Once again, fantastic to have these shots coming through, these replays in slow motion, so we can see everything going on, what the riders are actually dealing with, what they're doing, the stress they're putting the machines under. So there goes Shimaseki ahead there of RB. No change at the top. Anupab, Kazma and Tanat. RB improving on this lap, and so is his teammate, now in his second season, Herjan Atner. There once again, we haven't seen him on camera since the early stages. Kazma Daniel, Kazma Yudin. Won the championship on a count back last season here at Chang International, following a change in position on the final straight into the final turn. Incredible drama back then, and guaranteed plenty of drama this season. Kazma's such an exciting rider. Never quite sure what you're going to get from him. He's hugely talented, as we see so often, and some days things just don't click and he's not there. Case in point being Sepang. P7 in race 1 and race winner in race 2. The first 7 riders now in the 140s, so 0.8 of a second covering the top 8. Kinley Carl Paz jumps up into P3. He does go well here. Clinched years and years ago, clinched the Underbone 150 championship here at Chang International Circuit in the final race of the season. He's banked to 140.526. Three and a half minutes remaining. Helmy improving on this lap as well. Sector 1 wasn't so good. Perhaps this is just another good lap. Good pace from Helmy. Best time so far, 140.5, well, 0.6. 4/10 down on Anupab's timesheet topping time. Goes Kazma running alone through turn 4, the Shorewin entertainment bend. Now into turn 5 and 2/6, which is basically like a long, long left-hander. now. Stays tight on the exit and then flips right into turn 7. Up to the top of the track again at turn 8. Turn 9, another right-hander. Quite a loop, this one. Turn 10. And then short charge, relatively short charge down the hill to turn 12, where the action happens, where the results are decided. That's another very decent lap, 140.272. That's the third quickest lap of the entire session, actually. McKinley Carl Paz improving on this lap. That was the best sector 3 of this session for Kazma. '32 is Helmi Asman, winner last time out in Sepang. That was a 140.7 for him. So 140.8 for Helmi. '46 is Hergen, currently P9. Less than a minute remaining. These riders on your screen now, Anupab Tanat and McKinley Carl Paz. Oh, Anupab running well wide there. So that lap won't count. But they've got another bite at the apple now. 500 leads 31, leads 23. Anupab, Tanat, Paz, McKinley Carl Paz. Really finding some pace late in this session, the Hongleong Yamaha rider. And having said that, I just put a curse on him and he's run well wide at turn 3. So Kyle's best time of the session will be that 140.526. Very decent indeed. Currently has him in P3. Nobody breaking any records through Sector 1 this time around. As Karolidin Paui hasn't hit his form yet this season. We know how good he can be. That was Tanat running very wide there. Back of your screen. So some of these riders at the top just fading right at the end. Having given up on recording another lap time, we will see them 2 more times today. The local time here is 20 past 10. Rain, possibility of rain is forecast sometime within the next hour or hour and a half. There goes the checkered flag. No changes in the order. So look at the timing screens here, so we'll check those times. That's Kitsada running with that injured left wrist. Following his high side in the wet, he runs off on the green. Other riders you can see coming in there. So these are really good conditions as they stand. Very little wind, no sun, warm temperatures, track temperatures ideal. Probably not even 40 degrees yet. Dunlop, long-term sponsor of this series. And Anupab Sarmoon in a time set on his 3rd flying lap, 140.162. That remained untouchable. Asma Daniel was next best with a 140.256. Then it was McKinley Carl Paz, his teammate for Hongleong Yamaha Racing. Then Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Helmi Asman, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia was 5th best. Then it was Wayuna Groho, 140.8 for him. Carolyn and Powie did a 140.987. Kitsadar Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand 141. And then it was Herjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda. His teammate Fidela RB Aditama, last rookie, 141.6. Then it was Ferozi Torakutula on a similar time. Dimaseki Pratama for MS Glow for Men Racing Team, 141.943. Then it was Izam Ikmal, who's having a few problems in that session. And Zhao Tianhao for Victor Racing Team was 14th. So that is the session done. We'll show you some more fabulous slow-mo shots from that session while we take a very short break. And when we come back, it will be for the first session of the day for the ASB 1000. So don't miss it. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some heavy metal for you.
All right, John, so we're back at the Chang International Circuit for you, and it's a comeback as well for you over here after a pretty decent start to the season. So how are you feeling for this round coming in?
For me, it's a very special race because it's my second time here. It's my second race here. I have experience here, and now I'm not new here. And with the bike, I have 2 races, and I will go to run and race the most level.
So after round one, you've started to learn the bike a bit more. How do you feel now coming to this round? Are you starting to find what you need to on this bike?
Yes, I feel now is only to catch the less point that I didn't have in the last race and to be all the time better, better, better and more fast.
So when people look at the Chang International Circuit, it looks simple, but what do you think is the tricky part of the Chang International Circuit?
For me, I think it's a incredible circuit. It's so big. You can go for multiple rides, and all the circuit is incredible. It's so big.
So weather is going to be a big conversation this weekend. We saw some rain for the past few days. So if should it be mixed conditions or wet, how confident are you?
Me, I feel confident because this circuit I all the time is humidity or is wet, dry. It has grip and maybe it goes well. And if it's wet or dry, I will go gas.
Thank you so much, John. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank
And
you so much.
and now coming up next, we have Chirant. We're gonna grab him over here. So Chirant, let's join us for this interview session. So Chirant, last season, not too bad of a result over here as well. Overall, actually, last season was decent. This year, starting off, we've got a lot of top competitors. How's it looking out for you this year?
The season started off pretty bad, not what I expected, but it's racing. There's always going to be ups and downs. We give it all we have, and that's what I'm here for.
So this round coming in, weather should be hot, but we never know with Thailand. So in both conditions, how's it looking for you? Are you confident for both?
I'm confident. I think I like the track, and let's give it all let's give it all I have, and let's see what's good for us.
So when we talk about one-make races like the TVS, it's always going to be about that finishing touch. How do you see yourself lining up for that?
Um, Plans are better off to be kept to yourself rather than telling everyone. So I have a plan. Let's focus on that and let's make it work.
So in preparation for this round, we've had a bit of a break since round one. What have you been doing that's perhaps maybe different compared to previous?
Uh, I think I've been training more on the bike right now as I needed it. Um, yeah, it's all for the good. Let's give it my best.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this weekend.
Thank you.
For the first time today here at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand, We have the ASB 1000, the litre class bikes on track. 3 40-minute sessions coming up today. One of the quickest riders ever around here on a superbike. On your screen there, the number 21 of former champion in this category, Zakwan Zaidi, for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He tips into turn 3. These riders starting their first flying laps, so a long way to go. Zakwan Zaidi, he was the 2022 champion in ASB 1000. He's a consistent podium finisher, but actually hasn't finished on the top step of the podium since 2023 at the Sepang round. So he needs just that little bit extra to lift him from P2 or P3 to the top step. And that is a big ask against all the competition we've got here. There's one of them, and there's another. 39 is Kito Abe for SDG Honda, number 20. Zakwan's teammate. That's right, Hakim Anwar. Class, but very familiar with superbikes, having ridden in the Malaysian series before. Got Kito Abe just behind him. Kito Abe really pulled out all the stops in round 1 at Sepang. That round, as you may recall, probably do recall, was dominated. Dominated by JDT Racing's Fisherin Abdullah, who ran away from everyone in the pre-season tests, ran away from everyone in practice on the Friday at Sepang, then took pole position and 2 race wins. So to hold on and come through 2 P2s said a lot about the character of Kito Abe and the quality of Team SDG. Well, there's Nakarin Aturapuvapat. It's regarded by many as difficult to beat here at Chang International Circuit. That's certainly true. If Nakarin has any questions to answer, it's more about his form away from home. It's probably fair to say, Daniel.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can agree that at the Chang International Circuit, he's the man to beat, but every time we go to a track away, it seems that he struggles to find that setup a bit.
Well, second in last year's championship by just 3 points behind Hafiz.
Oh, look at Kito Abe, always on the limit.
Such a good rider to watch.
I think exactly as how he told us in interviews yesterday. It's always on the limit, never less.
Yeah, just the BMW on your screen. That's the Swift Road BMW of Lachlan Epis. Lachlan has a teammate in this round.
So we've got Declan Carberry coming back into ARC as a wild card. He's been racing the Brick Championship this season. So we'll have quite a bit more mileage in this track now, and should be able to see some decent improvements from Declan Carberry.
Yeah, Declan, still very young. How old is he now?
I think he's about 21 now. He came in as a 20-year-old, I think.
20 or 21. Yeah. Really talented rider from South Australia.
Carpenter has been busy traveling in the middle of racing as well. He was just in Andorra with Lachlan.
Yeah. Andorra domiciled Lachlan Epis in Honda 83. So the 2 Aussies running together. Swift Grow is actually a company from Australia. come in as sponsors for the BMW team. And so very welcome to them. And there is a theme, there seems to be a lot more, economic period that is undoubtedly difficult globally. There's a lot of new sponsors coming in to teams in all categories here, and of course to the series itself, in the shape of Scheffler and Sure Win Entertainment.
Keto obviously just topped the timing sheets, but Azor now just set the fastest first sector. Nakarin's improving, Zakwan's improving, and so is Andy. On screen now is Andy's teammate Hafisharin. He's yet to set his fast lap. He's on his out lap now, and he'll begin his flying lap.
It's a mixed experience here, doesn't he? Chang International. Some good, some bad, but it's hard after round one to see if he's having anything but a good weekend here.
Nakarin just clocked in at 36.778. Nakarin mentioned in round one that they tested the new electronics here, and he's gone even faster with them. So he did mention that he would use that exact setup from their test for the first session, and so far it's working well. 36.7. So it's better than. Well, it's better than the rest four now, but it's not as good as what we've seen from last season's practice. Last season in practice we saw lower 36. In practice one, so that'll be similar temperatures, similar weather.
Yeah, weather holding up really quite nicely now.
Yeah, the sun.
Up.
Yeah, the sun has come out, but it's still not what you would consider super hot for Buriram.
This is traditionally the hottest time of the year, well, seasonally, the hottest time of the year in Thailand. As a resident of Bangkok, I can tell you that it's a little bit cooler up here. And we've had more rain than we have further south.
Just looking at Kazuki Watanabe around Chang right now, he's down in 9th. Top speed's not really reflecting what that RSV4 1100 can do. It's a 220 horsepower bike out of the shops, but it has some regulations that will handicap it slightly, so that's what's happening. You think maybe for the Aprilis they could give a bit of wiggle room for them to get that bike up into a competitive.
Yeah, it would be good to see, especially in the hands of Kazuki.
Because in stock spec, that bike is a missile. But yeah, of course, it is due to it having an extra 100cc, and that's the reason, really.
Yeah, absolutely. But the advantage is not apparent on track in the hands of a good rider. So yeah, it's a tough one for the technical gurus here.
As of right now, the top three are Nakarin, Zakwan, and Kito Abe. Azor not too far behind. The two Ducatis not really up to speed yet. Andy's in 5th. Not too far behind though. Andy's only 3/10 off for his first time in the Ducati in Chang, so he's done a pretty decent job. Hafiz currently improving. There we go. Faster in Sector 1, fastest in Sector 2. That's where we expect the Ducati to shine. And Sector 3 should also be a really good sector for Hafisharin, so let's see, there should be a lap that takes him to the top. Bigger fuel tank should give them a bit more wiggle room in how they tune the bikes, and that I believe is what's been helping hand as well for them to just deliver that Ducati horsepower. Goes 4th fastest.
Oh, there it goes, up to P4, 36.98. I have a shot here of him lifting the rear wheel, I think.
This is through turn 7, the flip onto the right, where we saw the slow-mo shots earlier. Lovely shot there through the heat haze of Hafisharin. He pulls the bike into the right. And as this is happening, Rocco has just set a really, really quick Sector 1, so look out for Rocco Sessler using that BMW horsepower through the straights.
Yeah, that's not quite Purple, is it? No. That's a very quick time through sector 1 anyway. Yes, so decent sector 2 for the, what is he now? 17 or 18?
Should be 18. Yeah, sector 2 is where he's lacking, so he'll need to find a bit more. Declan Carberry's done decent. That's closer than he was last year to the front. He's 3 seconds down. Step by step for Declan Carberry.
Is getting quicker. Quickest sector 2 for Hafiz. Quickest sector 1 of the session so far for Azroy.
Again, sector 2 is where Hafiz is rapid, and now he's on the inside of Declan Carberry at the last turn. So it might take a bit of time away from him. Declan's going to get a good reference point right in front of him with Hafiz. Hafiz goes fastest, a 36.719, 0059 ahead of Nakarin.
Azroy on a good lap too.
Yeah, he's on course to be potential P1, provisional P1 for Azroy. He's with sector 1, sector 2 so far. He's about 2/10 quicker. This is our resident chiropractor, Chanqing Rong, and Ollie Simpson there from Moto2Go Yamaha. Stand-in rider for the injured Anthony West, who is with us in the pits as a coach for Ollie Simpson.
Yeah, Ollie Simpson, good to see him here. He's been something of a rising star in Australia, done very well in 600s there.
He's a young, talented rider, and Pasha Lee was telling me, the boss of Moto2Go Yamaha, he was telling me that with Ollie being quite a bit lighter, it might help them get a bit more top speeds. They are running some new gear for this round. As we were watching Ollie, Azra has gone quickest, 36.6, and Hafiz is going even quicker as well. So a lot of times improving. Kito Abe as well going really quick to sector 1. Everyone's finding some decent improvements. Ollie's not quite up to speed yet. It's his first time to Chang, so he will need a bit of time, a few laps to get used to it, but he's done a decent job so far.
Yeah, outside of Australia, he's made appearances back early in his career. Red Bull Rookies, a few Moto3 World Championship appearances as well. Looking at Azroy here.
That's proper full center there by Azroy.
Smooth, yeah.
Perfect over the curve as well, just within the fine margins between the tarmac and the curb. That's what got him the 36.694. Hafiz is somewhere along the track, also lapping really. Oh, Hafiz has gone back into pit lane, so on that lap, Hafiz might have really contested it, but
yeah,
it's gone back in.
it's Azroy, Hafiz, Nakarin, Zakwan, Kito, and then Hafiz's teammate Andy Fredis-Deha, who made an impressive debut for the JDT Racing team. Looking up to P3s. And would have been better, but he had trouble getting the Ducati off the line.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday as well that his issue is just learning the hydraulic clutch, because he said it's a lot more aggressive than the normal clutch that we're used to with motorbikes. So he said he will be doing a practice start almost every session and really trying to understand that clutch better.
Yeah.
Because if he gets a good start, then we can expect big things from Andy Farid. We all know his race pace towards the end. He's phenomenal. Now a good look at the young Ollie Simpson. Chang International Circuit is always going to be a difficult track for the Yamaha. As you can see, the top speeds right now at 24 kilometers per hour below than the Hondas. Nakarin and Zakon both clocking 290.3. Ollie only managing 266.
Yeah, it's a huge gap. The advantage, speed advantage, just about with by not very much with the Hondas at the moment. A lot of it is about how the power is delivered out of the corners in particular, isn't it?
Just for comparison's sake, the Aprilia of Kazuki Watanabe and Team Tatara Their top speeds were about 282 kilometers per hour, so actually not too far off, but it's enough to make a difference when you have 3 decently long straights around this circuit. Well, 4 actually.
Yeah, the final one, not so much, but yeah, I mean, this first 3 straights are really like drag strips here at Chang International. Ollie Simpson completing another lap.
Yeah, good improvement there. He's improved by 1.3 on that lap, so Ollie Simpson finding the rhythm here already. Under 4 seconds away from Azrae's 136.6, so step by step for Ollie Simpson and Motogo Yamaha. The bike with the new parts really looks quite good. Oh, this was a crash. Is that for Hafiz?
It's Andy.
Oh, it's Andy.
It's Andy gone down, just holding onto his bike, trying to stop himself or his machine getting damaged.
I'm pretty certain that was Hafiz's helmet. Andy's helmet is red. Because that might have been the lap where Hafiz was on course for the fastest.
Hafiz in pit.
Yeah, the previous lap that we saw, Hafiz was going close to taking the top time again, but I do believe that was Hafiz's helmet.
Okay,
Because
see.
Andy came in really early.
Yeah, and if you can hear the background noise, it's just about disappeared altogether. We're at the halfway point in this 14-minute session. So it's time to take a break for most of these riders. I can see 4 or 5 on circuit currently. Another one coming in. Simpson staying out and improving. Good sector 2 for the Australian. Just looking here at 155. This is Hafiz. Just take a look. Yeah, it was. You're right, Daniel. Down he went. So it was Hafiz. Just keeping things under control as he landed. But the first error of 2026, or the first error we've seen from the defending champion. But very early days. I said half of 3 sessions is not too much. And that is Chen Qing Rong of the Savitar BMW riders. Known to Daniel as Doctor, chiropractor.
Yeah, really, our bones snapped into the right place.
I do have a soft spot for chiropractors. I had a reminder yesterday from my chiropractor that it's time to go and get straightened out again. Feels like it too.
There he's running the softer rear option, so that's an interesting choice by the Doctor.
Look at the span of times now. It's pretty tight among the top 6. It's Azrae, Hafiz, Nakarin, Zakwan, Kito and Andy. 4/10 covering them. And there's a drop of about 0.8 to Lachlan and Rocco. It's time for Chen Qing Rong. 149.9. So lots of learning to be done there for the good Doctor. Nanta 38.7, that's 2 seconds adrift of the quickest time. The class rookie. He had a difficult outing here in December on the final round of the Super Sports.
Yeah, heartbreak again on the last lap for Adinanta.
Went pear-shaped.
good thing for Adinanta as well. He had a big crash in the Malaysian Superbike Championship last weekend, where he had a high side in the wet, but thankfully Adinanta was not injured after that. And he won the race the next day, so he's in good spirits. This is going to be good for Kazuki Watanabe to have Zakwan, who's just come out of pit lane, to follow for a bit. And again, I do hope that the Aprilas get a little bit extra. It's somewhat of a concession to try and close the gap a little bit more. Kazuki's a brilliant rider, so he can definitely take that bike to the front. Just needs to a little bit more for the bike. Again, the Aprilia in stock form, it's a missile. It's a rocket. Yeah. 202 kilograms, 220 horsepower.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah. I've only had a quick trial on the Tuono version, the old man sit-up version, but the power delivery is just so.
And the emphasis as well on handling. It's got a adjustable twin spar frame, so the amount of things that you can actually adjust on the bike to suit it to how you want to ride it, it's amazing. And as we talked about that, Kazuki's just set his personal best as well.
Right there from Zakwan. Start looking at the tyre combinations here as well. He's running a hard front.
Kazuki lost a little bit of time there. It's Zakwan going wide. It's clear what his intentions are. Just follow Zakwan for as long as he can, and he's stuck behind Zakwan quite well right now. So through the second sector they go now. This is where I expect the Aprilia to really shine.
Yeah, this is really interesting on track.
See, he's weaving about as he tries to bring the bike in to follow behind Zakwan. And he's improved through sector 2, so this is going to be a decent improvement from Kazuki Watanabe. It should bring him within less than 3 seconds of the top time. So this will be a good session for Team Tatara. Look at that as well, like under braking. The bike is just so stable, and that's where, again, you expect it from the Aprilia. And there he goes now, 2.2 away from the top. Huge improvement for Kazuki Watanabe. He's up into the top 10 and just over 2/10 away from Adinanta Putra.
Yeah, let's see if he can stay in the wheel tracks of Zakwan as he tries to put the hammer down as well.
CBR 1000 and the Taylor RSV4 1100 factory. Similar silhouette actually when you look at the winglets as well. From the front at least.
Yeah. Just looked like Zakwan was in his way just at that point.
You can see that's really where the Aprilia shines.
Yeah.
Just has that bonus speed. You see it in MotoGP as well with the Aprilia says. They just know a thing or two about getting a bike to turn in really fast.
On board with Kito Abe, muscling that SDG Half Pro Honda around.
It often looks like Kito doesn't.
There you go. We often see snakes here at Chang International Circuit. And there's a fine one there, spectacular one from Kito Abe.
He looks all over the place at times. It's just how he likes it, and he's improved as well. At 36.7. Outstanding, Kito.
Yeah, let's have another look at that. Tell you what, King Cobra would have been proud of that. Beautifully done, but he just stays so planted on the bike. He just ignores whatever the bike's doing. He just keeps it pointed in the right direction. And somehow it goes where he wants it to go. Brilliant.
Unbelievable. The faith he has in himself is unbelievable.
Yeah, and the machine. I mean, props to SDG Half Pro as well. They just build bikes so beautifully.
Geometry is a thing that's talked a lot about in motorcycle racing. how on earth have they managed to set the bike up for a rider like Keto? Someone this aggressive, someone where on a flip of direction, the front wheel almost goes completely opposite lock, and he still catches it back.
Yeah, yeah.
It must be so difficult with the suspension guys to actually make that work, but
that's it. I mean, you saw him accelerating out of turn then. Again, snaking, but the bike going where it's supposed to go.
breathtaking. Here we're going to see again, the front wheel just goes opposite lock, catches it back, and then now down into turn 14. Will it snake again? No, it just slides in nicely then, right until the apex, he slides in. Beautiful.
Beautifully done. That was a 36.8.
Look at the gap between the top four, less than a 10.
It's going to be competitive. We've got the added drama of Hafiz carrying a long lap penalty into race 1. That was for slowing down after his second win of the weekend at Sepang. By creating a danger to following riders. And of course, he's had that session shortened by the off that he had. This is his teammate, Andy Farid Izdihar. Impressive debut, as we were saying, picked up a pair of P3s on his debut. Would have been better if he'd got that Panigale off the line a bit quicker. But as you were saying, Daniel, he was very, very good late in the race. Tyre management and all the rest of it. It's almost a cliche here in the ARRC, and something that I think is starting to irritate Andy when you talk to him about it. It's like, yeah, I know, but I need to get off the line quicker. So there he goes, currently P4, just 85 hundredths of a second off the top. And we know he goes well here, memorably when he was on board the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa Honda, going back a few seasons, 2 seasons in fact, to 2024. He mugged or outwitted, delete as appropriate, his now teammate Hafiz Shirin for a win. No doubting the quality of Andy Farid Izdihar. An indifferent season, dogged a little bit by injury in 2025, but certainly seems to be back to his best on this Ducati. And what a nice move for JDT and for Andy to come together after 2 seasons of Hafiz and the team working hard to get the Ducati into race-winning form, and now it really does look something close to unbeatable. We had rinse and repeat podiums at Sepang 2. There's one. Race 2 were Hafiz, Ito and Andy. Of course, it's how they sit in the championship. Zaidi, 2/10 off the top. So the top 6 are really tight, and then it's the BMWs of Lachlan Epis and Rocco Sessler following. Adinanta. There's the Swift Pro BMW of Lachlan Epis. Row, in case you're wondering, is basically it's fish spawn fertilizer. An organic fertilizer that has revolutionary properties. Plenty of data to back that up. The firm was, I almost said spawned, but that's just too corny, by an Australian scientist, now being promoted in Thailand. So with the environmentally friendly effect of their sponsor. If carbon credits were ever to be due in motorcycle racing, then this team could be the first one. Lachlan recently had a cycling accident. And by the way, we've referred a few times to Instagram accounts worth following. Lachlan Ephesus is one of them. Full of information, very candid about his performances, his achievements, his frustrations. So yeah, Lachlan Epis on Instagram, definitely one to follow. Into the pits he comes. Oh. Just walking away there with the airbag gone off is Declan Carberry. He has spent some track time here in the BRIC series. Just see what happened there to the number 220. It's just a front washout. Right, arm's going to be feeling a bit hot, but otherwise untroubled. Marshals, as ever, here at Chang International Circuit, absolutely world class. Getting the bike out of the way very, very quickly. In comes Nakarina Turapuvapat. Decent session for him. Down in third. Quietly working away there. Double race win. And the first time we visited Chang International Circuit in 2025. 85 on your screen there. Fahmi Abdul Wahab, Malaysian rider, in for Savitar this season. And he's coming up there into turn 5. Turn 5 goes out wide and keeps it cranked over to the left for turn 6. Need a tight entry from turn 6 to get it set up for the right-hander at turn 7. And that is where the flowing part of this circuit starts. Less than 5 minutes remaining in this 40-minute session now. Who's on the move here? Particular. Fizz on an outlap. Let's wait and see. Rocco Sessler currently 8th, 1.4 seconds adrift. He's put in his best sector 2 so far, following a pretty decent sector 1. Chen Chin Wong once again. Popular Malaysian chiropractor into this series. Pink flash on the rear tyre there means he's running a soft rear. It's the Shuin Entertainment turn, also known as turn 4. It's a pretty fearsome corner here on the Superbike. You approach it at speeds between 280 and 300 kilometers per hour over a blind crest, which is why it's got such a massive runoff area. Suzuki Watanabe, the number 26, just easing himself past Chen Chin Wong there. Kazuki is 138.748, so 2 seconds off the top. Team Tartara, Aprilia. Azroy still tops this session. We had a fairly dramatic finish to one or two of the sessions we've seen today so far. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case necessarily here. Fizz is back out now. 88. Haven't seen too much of him, but that's Adinanta Putra. Tantalisingly close to a Supersport 600 championship, but it was close enough for Astra Honda to promote him to the Premier class. Change of number for him too. Running there with number 88. Chinese listeners will know very well, is a lucky number. Lucky number there for the Indonesian Adinanta. Oh, and Zakwan Zaidi has just jumped to the top with a 36.5. So Zakwan hasn't had a win since Sepang in 2023, despite the numbers of times he's been on the podium. He's just displaced Azroy Hakim Anwar, so a bit more drama at the finish than perhaps I suggested a few minutes ago. And there is Hafiz back out on track after that spill earlier in the session. This will only be his 6th flying lap in 40 minutes. You just look at him coming through, showing entertainment corner. And into turn 5, where he goes particularly well. This late appearance for Hafiz will really to see if the bike has been properly straightened out. And good to go again in free practice 2, which will be coming just after a very short lunch break later on here in Buriram. Zakwan at the top. I don't think anyone's going to take that away from him. So, nice early start from Zakwan. He told me a couple of years ago that this is really regarded as a home circuit. He does like it here at Chang International. So he's going to be pleased with his start to round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Nice work from the Malaysian, Honda Racing Malaysia, taking 1st and 2nd spots. So they couldn't be happier either. Fastest of the Thai riders, no surprise, is Nakarina Turapuvapat. He's less than 2 tenths slower than Zakwan, but down in 4th. And then another few hundredths back is Andy Farid. No, he's not going to make any difference there. So, checkered flag is out. Free practice 1 for ASB 1000 belongs to Honda Racing Malaysia's Zakwan Zaidi. And Andy Farid, yes indeed he does. He just splits the 2 Malaysian Hondas. And for the first time, as a Ducati rider, he finds himself ahead of his teammate, the defending champion, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah. Let's just take a look. Here is your fastest man of the session. And as we were saying, virtually perfect conditions here. Zakwan right over, perfect line there. Knee just brushing the curbs, the tyres safely clear. Beautiful shot. Marshals, as ever, looking for debris to clear away, keep things safe, but it's a 136.530 recorded by the Malaysian former champion. Excuse me, then it was Andy Farid Izdihar with that late fast lap, 136.602. He was second quickest, ahead of Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia's Azroy Hakim Anwar. And then it was Hafiz Shirin, who only had half a session after that crash. Then Macarena Tuvapat. Sixth quickest was SDG Hawk Pro's Kito Abe. Then Adinanta Putra. And then Rocco Sessler. Lachlan Epis was ninth quickest with a 138.047. Kazuki Watanabe, Team Tatara Aprilia, 138.6. Then it was Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team. Declan Carberry, who also had a crash there. Ollie Simpson cutting his teeth here at Sepang for MotoGo Yamaha Fusport Racing. And then Abdul Wahab for Savitar Team Asia. And his teammate, Chan Ching Rong, was 15th quickest. So that completes the first session. Nice work by Zakwan Zaidi. So we'll just show you some nice slow-mo shots in the compilation, and in about 7 minutes from now we will come back with the first session of the day for the TVS International Championship. So stay with us. We're here in Buriram, Thailand for round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
no, because I like rain, and then I also can ride in the dry. It's okay in the.
Welcome back to Buriram and Chang International Circuit. This is the first of 2 practice sessions today for the TVS Racing International Championship. And these 2 sessions are important because the combined practice times will determine who goes through to qualifying 1B, also known as qualifying 2. In TVS we call qualifying 1B, or who has to go through qualifying 1A on Saturday morning. So again, as we said with the Underbones, the weather is threatening rain, so in this first practice session these riders need to really get in the best times that they possibly can. Several new riders in the championship this year we saw that were particularly exciting. Pedrinho Matos, the Portuguese rider, was really quick in Sepang. Didn't get the results, but looks really, really promising. Carrying number 1 this season is Ramdan Rosli. He was second in the championship last year to Hiroki Ono. But Hiroki Ono is not racing, so he carries the number 1 this season. There he goes, up inside the number 13 of Jean Kento Turner. Kento Turner, a Japanese rider. Let's pick out some of the numbers here. Number 5 is Leandro Paredes, Filipino rider, having a much better start to the season than he had last year. So really finding his way now on these TVS RR Apaches, powered by 310cc single BMW engines. The engine management has been evened out and managed brilliantly by another of our partners, A Racer, who provides the electronic management for these TVS Apaches, and used throughout the categories as well, especially in a category like AP250, where you've got 3 very different types of machine that the performance needs to be equalized on. So all that baffling but brilliant technology working really well. Staying with Ramdan then, let's pick out some of the other riders. 12 is Fadil Al-Fasani, the Indonesian rider. 17 is Warapong Malahuan, who ran number 17 also in Sepang during testing. And that's all he's going to do. He won't be around for qualifying or for the race. He is the project leader. He was the inaugural champion in 2023. And the project leader who really started it all when he competed on one of these in the AP250 class back in 2022. From there, the idea was hatched to make a one-make series, and we brought in so many nationalities, some exciting young riders. That is Warapong. Exciting, but no longer young. Tyler King is number 14, young New Zealander. Warapong topped one of the sessions in Sepang on Friday. So he's still very quick, and often he goes out to show the pace, but also test parts, as these bikes continue to be developed. So lap times that we've seen are in the best lap times in the 150s from the likes of Ramdan and Sartak. We stay there with the boss, Orapong. 7 is Rakshit Chahari Dave, the Indian rider, showing well in round 1. Number 7, let's see if what he can follow that up with. Well, currently second quickest, almost second back from Ramdan. Luis Miguel also out here, and in that gaggle coming across the line was the number 10 of Oratilwe Piri, the young South African rider. So although this is his first full season for Oratilwe, he did race here as a wild card in December, so it's not his first time to Chang International Circuit. Number 2 there is Sartak. He and Ramdan swapped first and second places in race 1 and race 2 in Sepang, so they are level on points at the top of the championship. Oratilwe currently third quickest, 0.8 of a second off Ramdan's time, so good start from the South African. Rakshit is fourth quickest, then it's Vorapong. Colombia's John Lopez is sixth quickest, then Luis Miguel. Luis Miguel put himself on the podium twice here last year, round 1 and round 6. He was third in race 1, in round 1, and second in race 1 and third in race 2 in the final round. So Luis Miguel, who also looked quick and was quick in Sepang, could well be threatening for results this time around too. On the podium in P3 in race 2 at Sepang just a few weeks ago. Number 2 is Sartak. Brifby is the number 16 going through. Sartak very much set on the championship this year. For the young Indian, it really looked as though it was going to be a battle between him and Ramdan, but the young guns that have come in, like Oratilwe, like Luis Miguel, like Pedrinho Matos, number 11, haven't seen anything from him yet here. Currently down in 12th, but superbly quick in Sepang. So a very talented young rider coming in from Portugal. Five is Leandro Paredes, and running very wide there was Rakshit. 3 is Luis Miguel. Let's just take another look at this group. Led there by Leandro. He's got Pedrinho just behind him. He's going wide. Pedrinho looking on the inside. And there, just nudging between Ramdan Rosley and Rakshit, and that's Rakshit didn't get the better of him there, so he had to give way. Rehearsal for the race, and top of the timing screens right now is a man who's not going to be racing here this weekend. That's Vorapong, as we were discussing before. No longer young, but mightily fast. And hugely respected in the TVS garage. Thai rider in for the first time is Tosak Nuansai. He'll be running number 18. You can catch him. So this will be a, I think is he just at the front of that group? We look high over turn 5 there. That was the number 16 of Nakib Rifki. Jean Kento Turner. When you look up the inside there. Going wide is Luis Miguel. John Lopez Jr., the Colombian, running number 9. 11 in the group there. And right in the middle of your screen is Pedrinho Matos. Oratilwi. Currently in P3, he's just done his best lap. Didn't move him up a place, but showing some really good pace. 17 years old, Oratilwi Pilri from Johannesburg. Races in the National 600 Series there, where he is a leading light. He's been racing different kinds of machinery on racetracks since the age of 5. And if any of you saw an interview with him at Sepang that Daniel did, he's a very articulate young guy indeed. Still at school, so a bit of a stretch for him to fit these races into his schedule, as well as the races that he's doing at home. Jean Kento Turner looking aggressive in that group, and just put in a very good sector 2. So did Pedrinho. That's Vorapong. Looks like a good lap coming in from Pedrinho. He's number 11, just behind Luis Miguel there. Has he held him up? Let's see. Pedrinho should move up the order now. Pedrinho goes up to P10. 152.755, 1.8 seconds off the best time of the rider 2 bikes in front of him, Vorapong Malahuan. Project leader setting the pace here in free practice 1. Luis Miguel moving ahead. Miguel should be able to put himself in championship contention. He has been just behind overall during 2025. Not quite in touch at Sepang at the start of the season. Or not close enough to challenge. He was on the podium, 3rd in race 2. But went out in race 1. Just ahead of them is Ramdan Rosley. Number 10 is Oratilwi. Taking a wide line there, outside to get ahead of Vorapong. Warapong still on top. Oratilwe has done the best sector 2 of the session. So they're coming up to complete. Number 10 leads 11. Oratilwe crosses the line. And he goes up into second with a 150.933. So great work from the young South African. Luis Miguel goes top. So that group really helping each other along. The master, Warapong, just got himself out of the way at the right time to allow his proteges to go through. He's just put himself in front there of Oratilwe, and he's going inside Pedrinho, the number 11 too. Sartak Chavan, somewhere else on the track, is improving. Currently down in 7th. P1 and a P2 for the young Indian. Let's watch them come through. Shuin Entertainment corner, turn 4. Warapong back at the front of this group. He's ridden all kinds of machines here over the years. This circuit opened in 2014. Since when he's ridden light motorcycles all the way up to super bikes in the National Championship. So as far as track knowledge goes, nobody comes close to Warapong. At times though, Oratilwe has got ahead of him, and so is Luis Miguel. 9/10 covering the top 6. 6th is Sartak Chavan. Pedrinho improving once again. His best sector 1, good sector 2. Quiet so far is Chirant Vishwanath, but getting a move on later in the session. Pedrinho 151.944 for the Portuguese rider. One more time around. 25 seconds to the checkered flag as they go through the kink that is turn 2 and on up to turn 3. There goes Ramdan, the number 1. Nice and tidy under braking. Clean line through. Currently almost 7/10 off the leaders there. Oratilwe tips into turn 4 first. And he told me yesterday that he really likes this fast flowing section. He feels that's where he's really got some strength. So let's see if he can stay at the front of this group and lead them through to turn 12 for the final time in this session. They'll go again this afternoon, and who will go through to the second qualifying session, or will have to go through the first, will be determined on combined times. Conditions here at Chang International Circuit, brighter than expected or brighter than forecast. Oratilwe did go through sector 2 and sector 3 well. He crosses the line ahead of the rest of them. And that was another good lap from the South African, 152.124. Shade slower than Luis Miguel, the number 3, who has finished that session on top. Great work from the Spaniard. Great work from the young South African too here at Buriram for the second time. Showing lots of promise. He had a P5 in race 2 at Sepang. So just behind the leaders there. So 150.875 for the young Spaniard, Luis Miguel, Oratilwe Piri, TVS Racing International Championships. South African representative, 150.933. Then it was project leader Warapong. John Lopez, the Colombian, 4th, 5th quickest, Ramdan Rosley. Rakshit Shihari Dave was 6th. Then it was Startak Chavan down in 7th with a 1:51.8, so more to come from him, and more to come from Pedrinho Matos. He was 8th quickest with a 1:51.944. Then as we turn the page, it is Jean Kento Turner, 1:52.2 for him. Similar time recorded for Nakib Rifki, the Malaysian. And then newcomer to this class, but not new to this circuit, Tosak Nuan Sai. He was 11th quickest. Then New Zealand's Tyler King. From the Philippines, Leandro Paredes was 13th quickest. Then it was Fadil Al-Ghassani and Shiran Vishwanath, who didn't have such a good session by his standards. He was 15th. So that's TVS Racing. We will leave you once again with a compilation of super slow-mo shots, and when we come back, it will be I've forgotten the schedule already. So enjoy the super slow-mo. We will see you back for the next session of the AP250s after the break. A very warm welcome back to Chang International Circuit. It's practice day for round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2026, and for the second time today we are on track with the AP250 class. 30 bikes in the field and an absolutely galactic lineup, I have to say, from riders that we know very well from long ago, like Reza Danica Arens and Andy Fadley, and this rider, Hiroki Ono, who's in as a replacement for the injured Viet Tuan for Honda Racing Vietnam, through to young guns like Rich Takahira, Panjarut Chitwell Chat, and many more, Chandra Hermawan, Fahmi Bassam. The list goes on and on and on. Gary Salim back in as one of the more seasoned names in this series. Number 41 there is Raiku Hasegawa, a Japanese rider. So good to see him in this series as well. But the story of the first session, which was phenomenal, I'd really suggest if you're thinking about going to get yourself a drink, get one after this session, because free practice 1 for the AP250s was really like a qualifying session. Absolutely sensational. So running together here, you've got Irfan Haikal for Honda Racing Malaysia, and Gary Salim, the number 31 on the MS Glow for Men Honda. Just 1 or 2 flying laps down so far. But Panjarut, Takahira, Aiki Yoshi, the Kawasaki's looking, sorry, Aiki Yoshi, who was on a Kawasaki. But the Kawasaki's have been looking really good here in the hands of Andy Fadley, and actually in the hands too of Shunshin Zhang, the TY Antares team owner, as well as one of its riders, who put in a tremendous performance, recording the fastest time through Sector 1 earlier today. So Shunshin Zhang really finding his form as well. We have other Chinese riders here. Gao Jiang for Team One for All. Number 18 just being pushed off there is Nguyen Hu Tri, Vietnamese rider. Daniel Sharmi, one of the young stars, had a very good first session. P6, 52.988 was his best time, half a second down on Kridapat, who recorded the quickest time. Kridapat comes in as championship leader and with a huge home advantage. Championship leader after winning both races in Sepang. So he has a 19-point lead in the championship. And also coming back in and lighting things up is Irfan Ardiansha. Irfan in as a replacement rider for Astra Honda Racing Team. Remember Irfan Ardiansha on Astra Honda from a few seasons back. A really exciting rider, Irfan, and fantastic to see him back there. Look out for the number 16, and that will be a man. There's another one to watch, Daniel Sharmi, Malaysian teenager. Super fast. 222 going through there, the familiar number for anybody who's been watching Underbones for the last few years. He was the 2024 Underbone champion, finished as runner-up in the Underbone Championship last year, and is promoted by LFN into AP250s. Daniel Sharmi, the number 57 there for Uma Racing Malaysia. currently 4th quickest, 6/10 off the top. And the top at the moment is Rish Takahira, Japanese rider in on the TVS Asia Racing MFZ team. Really nice turned out team, running Yamahas this season. And Rish Takahira, who has threatened and threatened and threatened to put himself on the podium, hasn't done it yet. It's only a matter of time. And returning from injury now is the number 75 of Lu Yin, the only female rider in this category. She makes her way through turn 4, just finding her way through there. Quite so clean through that turn. She's been out with a back injury. Showed up at Sepang to give support to her team there, so good to see her back and hopefully fit once again. Other Chinese riders here include Zhang Junhao, Shen Zhang, of course, the Tiwei Antares team owner, Gao Jiang for Team One for All, and as I said, Rish Takahira running as Lu Yin's teammate. Rish Takahira also ran for another Chinese team, Tiwei Antares, during last season. So Lu Yin makes her way around, number 75, to pick out her time. Quite on the timing screen at the moment. She's going to need a little time to get used to it, and number 44 is a teammate, Rish Takahira. He's just behind Andy Fadley, the number 108. 2 times champion in this category, Andy Fadley. 4 Kawasaki's, but that was on the twin-cylinder Kawasaki. Now he's on the 4-cylinder. Takahira just moving ahead of him there. And Kawasaki power down the straight, but under braking. They are difficult to haul up, those Kawasaki's. Rish Takahira goes back through, and Andy Fadley now looking around for his teammate, Shen Zhang. So just making himself some room there. 2 Kawasaki's plunge down towards turn 4. Andy Fadley taking care of the team boss. And it's good to see Andy Fadley coming back to form as well after seasons out with his really bad arm injury. Still looking around, make sure his teammate is there. Number 40, that is Shen Zhang. Quite a tall rider for this category, actually. And now he was running Hondas last year, Tiwei Antares. Complete change this year. Tiwei Antares Pro Power, Kawasaki. So running these 4-cylinder 250cc beasts in green. Rish Takahira, former teammate from last season, just ahead of these 2. It is Rish Takahira with a few hundredths advantage at the top over Panjarut Chitrawalchat, Honda Racing Thailand, and Pirapong Luibun for Team One for All, who was super quick this morning as well. He ended up 4th quickest and currently 3rd. Irfan Ardianshah returning for Astra Honda as a replacement rider is 4th quickest, just 3/10 separating the first 4. Then it's Daniel Sharmi, Reza Danica, another 2 times former champion, coming back after a couple of seasons in 600s to 250s. 24 is Pirapong, looking so good. Picked up 16 points with very good debut at Sepang. Keeping it nice and clean here at his own home circuit. Nice move up from Underbones to 250s for the Thai rider. He has a look around. Quite sure what for, just looking for track position, I think. So they roar their way up to turn 3. 31 there, the silver bike is that of Gary Salim, another former champion, running on the MS Glow for men. Honda running Gary in this category, and Demaseki in 600s we'll be seeing after this session. Gary now following Pirapong through the Shurwin Entertainment Corner. So Jan Junhao running 999. That means emergency in Great Britain. I'm not sure what it means for China, but it's very easy to pick out. Good to see Team One for All moving up into this category. He's no newcomer to tanked machines, Pirapong, as he peels off into pit lane. Raced for many years in the smaller engine classes here, going up to 250s. That's Daniel Sharmi, number 57, currently 5th quickest, 152.7, his best time. He's having a look around. Hiroki Ono is the number 76. Currently 8th. 5 times J3 champion in the All Japan Series. 2 times TVS champion here in the Asia Road Racing Championship. And was 3rd quickest in this morning's session, so very much on the pace. Hiroki running as a replacement for the injured Viet Tuan, who himself ran very well and showed that the Vietnamese Hondas are in very good shape. Just under half this 30-minute session done. And a few riders in the pits, maybe more than about half the field. Hardest to pick out would be Rish Takahiro, of course, at the top, remains at the top. Set that time on just his 3rd flying lap. And then it's Panjaroot Chitrorchat for Honda Racing Thailand, Pirapong Nubun Peng for Team One for All, as we watch Daniel Sharmi come in. 39 is Kritapat, your championship leader. 2nd in the championship last year, behind Fadila Arbi. Opened his 2026 account at Sepang with a double win, and that was after starting from P10. You can see how hard he's pushing now into turn 12. Nice clean, uses about half the curb on the exit. Not yet showing on the timing screens, but sure to see him there soon. He goes past Raikyu Hasegawa. Hasegawa on the Servo Sport, that's the Indian Honda team. See if Kritopat's going to pick up some pace now. 12.5 minutes remaining. He streaks away from Hasegawa on the long run down to turn 4. And we've got 1 second covering the top 7. 7th is Razor Danica Arends for Astra Honda. Slower than his teammate and replacement rider Irfan Ardiansha. So all not quite going to plan for Razor Danica, nor indeed for Kritopat, who hasn't broken the 2-minute mark yet. Perhaps this will be it. So far down, he's not on the timing screen, so let's see how he goes. He comes up into P5 with a 152.7, so back on the pace, no problems for the young Thai star for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Coming out of pit lane now with 11 minutes remaining is Andy Fadley as we follow Kritopat through turn 3. He was decent through sector 1. No, he's just finding his pace. It's Hasegawa some way behind him now. Camera staying with Kritopat for good reason. He was quickest in the first session. So he goes through turn 6, flips it into turn 7. He's got countryman, Honda mounted, sorry, Yamaha mounted Pirapong ahead of him. But at the top, Rich Takahira still has an advantage over Panjarut and Pirapong. Then it's Irfan Ardiansha doing an impressive job as a replacement rider. I guess Astra Honda didn't throw away his phone number.
I'm most impressed by Chuncheng Zhang right now. I mean, 7th fastest, 52.8. That's front group timing.
Yeah. Yeah, he ran. He did some good teamwork actually with Andy earlier in the session. Daniel's just rejoined after doing some work. We'll see the fruits of later, no doubt.
I mean, again, that sector 1 from Chuncheng Zhang, that's where he's really finding the pace, and it's unbelievable because that's where you have 2 really long straights. So great work from Chuncheng Zhang. You can expect, oh, it's close from Pirapong and Krit, but yeah, I guess we can really expect big things from Chuncheng Zhang for this run and for the rest of the season, for that matter.
Yeah, he's going to be pumped with that.
Yeah. He's done the right things. He's found what he needs to find. Trained hard as well with Vodapong last weekend.
Yeah, I saw that. And yeah, once again, if you're not following the TY Antares Instagram account, follow it. You just gain so much information from it, and it's super entertaining as well.
Oh, definitely. And Pirapong there again, another strong session from Pirapong. Panjaruk made a big step in this one. Fit 2.1. So with these regulations changes, they're slowly finding those little bit extra that they need to find around the Chang International Circuit. Setups will be quite different, as well as the mapping for the bikes with these changes compared to last season's data.
Yeah, we would expect them to be running a little bit slower overall. Danica on his way in or out? Out.
Yeah, Kiyoshi sat right behind him.
Yeah, there was Great shot just now through the fencing on pit lane, through to that SDG pit, and Aiki Yoshi.
Kritapati just getting out of the way. Pierpont trying to use as much of the slipstream behind Kritapat.
Yeah, Tiranai, Kritapat's teammate, in there as well, the number 36. Chinese rider Jun Hao chasing as well. This could be good for him. Pierpont takes a look behind, see if he's got anything to worry about or possibly get in his way. Not really. He makes his way to the outside of the track as they go over the blind crest into Shurwin corner.
Very wedding sauce there, and Pierpont's the most contrasting.
Yeah, the other riders look slightly unsettled by Pierpong's approach then. Well, who's that? Let's get out of the way.
Pierpont looks really on it this weekend. He's muscling his way through, and they're just trying to rejoin safely, letting this group pass through.
Yeah, he looks really confident on this 250. He's no stranger to this type of machine, but in this category, which is so hard, he looks good. Irfan Haikal, number 21, also looking good. 68 is your old friend Daniel, Jazil Jarami. Just breaking into the top 20 there.
Just was finding the step-by-step improvements. They had Nazir Lizat riding for them last weekend, proving that the bike was close but still needed a little bit more. Jazil trying to make do with what he found last weekend. Right now in the toe behind there from Haikal, so it's going to be a good sector 1 from Jazil.
Yeah, Andy Fadley improving down in 12th. Four or five places below his teammate, Chen Qingjiang.
Yokoyama trying to find those improvements step by step. He's used to a much bigger and heavier bike, the Yamaha R1 in endurance racing. He did as well do 600cc racing in the All Japan Series. So step by step for the young Shota Yokoyama.
Rosa Danica in P9, he's a second off the fastest time of Takahira. Tiranai getting his head down now on the Thai Yamaha. He's got some time to make up as well, 1.8 seconds adrift. Fahmi Bassam further down in P16.
Surprisingly, seems to be struggling this weekend, Fahmi. Sepang was a great round for him, well, timing-wise, and then the race was a bit unlucky, but this time at the Chang International Circuit, it's just not really gone the way of Fahmi.
So Pierpont, Jazil and Tiranai running together. There goes Pierpont. It does look good. His body language on the bike looks confident and ready for a scrap, because he's going to get one. Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Yeah, such an exciting category, this one. I'm absolutely loving it this year. Hiroki Ono down in 11th, by the way. 1.3 seconds down. 3 minutes remaining.
Well, it wouldn't be unlike Hiroki Ono.
Let's just keep an eye on that, on those sector times.
Yeah, we've seen this in TVS from him many times, and there he goes. Sector 1, he's improving, so
yeah,
it wouldn't be surprised if Hiroki suddenly jumps up into the top 3. It's almost characteristic of him. Andy Fadley has found some decent improvement. He's up into 8th, right behind Chun Cheng Zhang. Great work from Kawasaki this round.
Yeah, it really is. They're getting those bikes sorted.
I have to say, I mean, if they put in a good campaign for the next 4 rounds that we have, including this from 5, you'd have to imagine that some other teams might also be looking at joining the Kawasaki's.
Yeah, Kridipat having a good one too. He's just done the fastest sector 2 of the session. And we did see this in the first free practice, Daniel. It really came down like a qualifying session. God, just loving the AP250s.
They've done such a brilliant job to really balance the bikes out, and this category is awesome. Hiroki Ono improving again through sector 2. It's not going to be a time that contests the top 3, I don't think, but you never know with Hiroki Ono. He's coming across the line now. Let's see where that puts him. Kretapat goes fastest at 52.1.
Yeah, we could see that coming.
Yuki Iyoshi up into 16th, Hiroki Ono up into 9th, 53.086, so decent improvement from Hiroki. But he has one more lap in it.
Let's see what he wants to do there. Was that Jacob going wide there?
It was on the other that went out of shape. Let's reach Takahira.
Yeah, just deposed from the top. The first time in about 20 or 25 minutes. He's been there nearly all the time. There he is.
He's almost got a Swiss flag on the top of his helmet.
Perhaps he's got a new knife, new pocket knife. I don't know what the Swiss connection is. He's a Japanese rider on a Chinese Yamaha. Who knows? Anything can happen when Reach Takahira is around, as we know.
That is true.
He's got Andy Fadley ahead of him at the moment on track. Only Bassam down in 17th is behind them.
Aiki Yoshi's improving well through sector 1 and 2, really well actually. He should be jumping up into the top 12 at least. Hiroki Ono as well, improving through sectors 1 and 2, so
Hiroki's going to promote himself.
I think it should be around the top 5 for Hiroki Ono on this lap. Aiki probably around top 12. Beautiful slow-mo for Rich Takahira there.
Yeah, is he going to fulfill his promise of putting himself on the podium finally in this category after being one of the quickest riders for a couple of seasons?
Yeah, to finally break that curse that he's been running with. That's crossing Jacob Solis there, tipping the bike in a bit wide as he enters the final turn. Eyes peeled for Hiroki Ono. He's right behind Reza Danica. He's going to get a chunk of slipstream there. Ooh, he's lost time in sector 3, so unfortunate for Hiroki Ono. So is Aiki Yoshi as well. He's lost time there in sector 3, so the 2 Japanese riders unable to find some improvements.
Yeah, so not quite a tie lockout. Rich Takahira has spoiled that story, as he spoils so many, bless him, but in a good way.
Yeah,
usually in a good way anyway.
Definitely. It's top right end for Antares. They're running 2 teams this season and continuing on with Rich Takahira under the Tianyu Racing Team outfit, which is where Antares used to be on those bikes, on those red colors, and
yeah,
now he's donning the bright green and donning it well, up in 7th.
Yeah, Zhang's really gone on an adventure with Kawasaki, hasn't he? He's definitely got that buccaneering spirit about him. But there we are, no surprise here at the top. Kridipat Cancun, 152.116. Just ahead of Rich Takahira for Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ. And then Panjarit Chitrul-Chat for Honda Racing Thailand. Team 1 for All's Pirapong Nui Bunpeng was 4th. And then it was replacement rider for Astra Honda, Irfan Ardiansha. And 6th quickest Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha Majimoto Asia team. And then moving down to 9th, Hiroki Ono. 10th, Reza Danica for Astra Honda, of course, Fadil Mushavi. Number 571 was 11th quickest, and then Galang Hendra 12th, 13th Farming Basam, 14th Tiranai Tub Tim for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, and moving to 16th Aldiaz Axel, and then Aiki Yoshi for Team STG with Hark Pro 154.211. It's the Japanese rider's best time. Then it was Gao Jiang for Team One for All. Chandra Hermawan down the order, 155, he was 19th. Jagul Jarami 20th. Pacharagon was 21st for NJT PTT Lubricants Racing Team, and then Jan Junhao for Victor Racing 22. And there's more. Shoto Yokoyama, Aeon Credit, JQK Zinagis Cardinals 23rd. Herfen Heikel down in 24th. Carlson Jacob Solis for STG Hark Pro 25th, 26th. Idril Fitri Mahadi, Lu Yin, the number 75, returning from injury, 157.443 was her best time. Setu Rajiv for Servo Hypersport was next up. And then no time recorded for Hutri for the UZ Asia team. You just look out on the backdrop there, those gorgeous orange blossoms that appear at this time of year in Thailand. We'll leave you with a slow-mo, a beautiful slow-mo compilation, and we'll be back with the Supersport 600s very soon.
All right, we're with Declan again, and welcome back to ARC. We know that you're racing in the Brick Championship this season, so you have a bit more mileage on this track, and we saw the improvements this morning. So how are you finding it so far?
I'm finding it really good. So we got the new team, Swift Grow, everything's working out really well. Absolutely loving it. Yeah, so riding this track heaps more now because racing brick and they only do this one. So starting to improve more and more and just enjoying it, and bike's feeling perfect.
I'd imagine it's a bit different because they have different tires there, and then of course different regulations slightly. So how have you found adapting to the regulations over here?
So the only thing that's really different is the tyres. I'm finding the Dunlops over here working better. So I'm loving the Dunlops, and it feels amazing coming to this track. It's got so much grip with the Dunlops compared to everything else, and it's, oh, what can I say? It's just awesome.
Cool, so it's not a bad free practice one session. What's your targets for this weekend, and what are you looking to find in the next few sessions?
So my target for the weekend, I'm going for a 37. We're going to try and smash that out. That's my outright goal. Just have fun. And then next couple of sessions, we're just going to try and improve myself, improve like our setup, and get everything sorted.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you very much.
So, Ollie, welcome to the ARC Championship. We're expecting some big things from you. I mean, we've seen your CV. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, no, it's been good. Yeah, it's really good. The track's really great. The heat's pretty crazy. Nothing like I'm used to back at home. But yeah, we're just running in an engine in that one, so it was good for me just to do that, to learn the track and yeah, just pick up on some lines. But no, I really enjoy the track. Really enjoy working with Patrick and the team. So it's going to be a good weekend, I reckon.
So we saw you finding the step-by-step improvements in the practice run. What's it like having Anthony Weston by your side for this round?
Yeah, no, it's excellent actually. Yeah, it's going to be a real good help. So he's got lots of knowledge, and yeah, he's already, I've worked the track with him a few times, and he's given me some pointers already. So yeah, he will definitely help me throughout the weekend for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit early to ask this question, but we know the Yamaha does have a bit of a Achilles heel, shall we call it, with top speeds over here. What do you think is going to be the key to finding that little bit of an improvement for the next few sessions?
I think it's just going to be, yeah, just corner exits really. Like we are going to be down on top speed with the Yamaha. That's just how it is. So it will have its strength somewhere else. You know, mid corner and sort of probably corner entry will be a bit better than upper bike. So we just have to use that to our advantage and yeah, just try work at it as hard as we can. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Good luck for this weekend.
Yes. Thank you.
Welcome back. For the second time today, we have the Supersport 600s on track. There is Helmi Asman, our early championship leader after a first and second at Sepang in round 1. Just running wide there. Helmi was 5th quickest earlier this morning. The good news here from Sepang, Daniel, is that the weather has remained really calm and not changing.
Yeah, the Chang International Circuit has brought us some surprising weather this weekend. I don't think any of us coming into this run expected just nice cloudy weather for Friday sessions.
It's just bright enough not to be threatening rain.
Albeit, it's still very humid. You still feel the warmth, but in comparison to what we had in the previous years around this time of the year, it's so good.
Yeah, seasonally this is the fiercely hot time of the year, and it's just a little bit less than fierce at the moment. So, yeah, a welcome yet as Helmi takes the scenic route once again.
Yeah, looks like Helmi isn't too happy about his brake lever positioning. You can see him adjusting down the left side of his handlebars. Yes, he's a Mal, hoping that he's finally found something, because he really struggled to get that bike to turn in practice 1.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. Really happy to see Azam step up from 250s into 600s. He gave us so much entertainment in 250s last year. Wayne Agroho, himself a very entertaining 600 rider. Really found his form now and established himself as a front runner in this category. Quickest this morning was the duo who fought it out for the championship here back in December, Anupab and Kazma. On this occasion, which was far less important, Anupab was the quicker. So his time was 1:40.162, so we have already surpassed that. Thanks to Astra Honda's rookie, Herjan Atner.
He's looking much more comfortable on the 600s, isn't he?
Yeah, and Anupab has just gone quicker, so very early in the session, there's some good times going down. I guess track temperatures are coming up. They must be about perfect now.
Yeah.
What would you say, early 40s or something like that?
I'd say around 40, low 50s, which is ideal. Air temperature is humid but not insanely hot, so it's ideal for some really good lap times. Oh, look at Herjan and Anupab. They are battling between sectors. Herjan's just gone and set the fastest second sector. Anupab not too far behind at all.
Yeah, we've seen some real intent in these practice sessions so far on Friday. This will complete the first half of the day. A short lunch break after this one. Herjan just tracking Anupab. Just ahead of them is Tanat Longpliao, who definitely knows his way around here on the Honda Racing Thailand CBR.
I think that explains a bit why their sector times are so similar between Herjan and Anupab. Anupab just looked behind there and acknowledged that Anupab's gone quickest in sector 1. And Herjan right behind him again. This is a really good scrap between these two lap times wise, and we are now faster than we were last season in practice 2.
Kazma, defending champion, 1:41, so 1.5 seconds off in these very early stages. These are the guys setting the pace as it stands.
Again, between Anupab and Herjan, they're trading faster sector times. Herjan now has another fast tie in his way. Tanat Longpliao, let's hope he doesn't hold him up too much. Into sector 3 they go now. Herjun on the inside of Tanat. Oh, he won't make a mistake, so I think he's going to lose a bit of time there.
No, he didn't make it. Tanat remains just behind. So yeah, that was a bit of a slow sector 3 for Herjun.
Underpop runs wide.
139.9.
Underpop went really wide at turn 1. Whether that was accidental or intentional to try and give him some breathing room.
Yeah. Kip moving up ahead of his teammate for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, Helmi Asman. So Khalid Mpawi third. And Kazma's just come up and taken Helmi Asman's 4th spot. It's Yamaha, Honda, Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha. Okay, so quite nicely spaced out, really.
Yeah. Got Kyle Paz doing decently, 40.530.
Yeah. There doesn't seem any notable advantage for either manufacturer anywhere we go, really.
Yeah, I think the 600 class is just so equal between the Hondas and the Yamahas. The only thing that would spice it up is if we have a third manufacturer come in.
Yeah.
Which with recent trends.
From China.
Yeah, exactly. With recent trends, you wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Following Anupap now as he begins in brand new lap.
Yeah. Anupap just removing a tear off under braking for turn 12, which is pretty as a cucumber. Mind you, he only did a 142.5, so there you go. Fastest on top speed though, Anupap.
Uh, 257.8 kilometers per hour. To help with a bit of slipstream earlier. As of right now, no one's really making an impression. Kitsada trying to find some improvements now through sector 1. Tana's been off the pace a little bit, 140.572. Last season in every practice session, he managed to clock in a 39. So we'll watch out for the second stint by Tanat.
Yeah, agree. I think that will be that'll be when he comes through, if he is going to come through. It's not entirely predictable, is he, Tanat?
It's unfortunate because he started off his 600 career in a really impressive way, and it's just been lacking a bit at this point. Every now and then you see a really good performance from Tanat, and then on other races just seems to be off the pace slightly.
Okay, first stint done for Anupap, for Herjun. Kitadar leads that group through turn 12. Kindikar Paz just coming up the inside there of Isam Iqmal. There he goes. And there goes Helmi Asman, another solid lap clocked in. His best time 140.447. Almost a second off Anupap. So Anupap and Herjun really are on the pace, and those two riders have taken the opportunity to break ahead of the halfway point. Almost 18 minutes left.
Fastest sector times were between both Anupap and Herjun. Fastest sector 1 by Anupap, fastest sectors 2 and 3 by Herjun Atlan Firdaus.
Khalid Mpawi going a little bit better, but still potential for the Malaysian star. So they're going to make a stop.
It's run a bit wide there. I think he's trying to finish his lap strong, but it's not really coming together for Kitsada yet. He's 2 seconds down in regards to lap time. Izamikwa on this lap found a bit of improvement in sector 2, but still going to be quite a gap for him to the top positions, but he has closed it down to 2.4 now. 41.935. It's a decent chunk of improvement for Izam compared to practice 1. Knowing him, he's still gonna want a lot more.
Sure, yeah, there's nowhere near potential. There's Daniel coming in, so he's gonna rely on a good second stint. Still in the mid 140s, Kazma. Mid 130s is mid 139s rather is where he wants to be. Top speeds, advantage with Anupab. Here at Kazma.
Nice slow-mo there. Again, a good look as well at the green strips on Kazma's leathers now.
Yeah, making the transition from pink to green. Still a little way to go, as we can see, as the camera shot catches the profile of his bike. Is in the Hongyong Yamaha pit. The 23 belongs to McKinley Carl Paz. Kind of a royal blue, the Hongyong colour, isn't it?
Yeah. You could also see the tire wear on Kazma's bike. It looked very, very neat actually, and that's usually well, it means that the suspension's done pretty well. No weird tearings or anything. Just what you expect from an outfit like Hongyong Yamaha. And the Chang International Circuit as well, the surface is really good. Slightly abrasive, but nothing too concerning.
Yeah, so tyre wear should be quite even here. Anybody in the 600 field that's particularly good on tyres, would you say, Daniel?
Hard to tell actually, because
that's why I asked you.
Yeah, I would say if it comes down to tire management, I would say it's between Kip and RB. I think RB manages his tires really well. He's just got that knowledge of how to really run a lot of laps and not really chew up too much of his compound. So I think RB I would have to give a good shot in tire management.
Okay, that's an interesting one. We saw his quality so clearly last year in 250s. I mean, he never looked like not winning the championship.
Yeah.
Basically, how it was. Despite having so many quick riders like Kritapat, of course.
Yeah, that season was practically unstoppable. When we thought we saw the best of him in a race, and he just pulls out something incredible right at the end. I think the other thing why I feel riders like RB might have that tire wear advantage, shall we call it, just the fact that they've done so many laps on a track like Mandalika, where it is quite an abrasive surface, it is quite hot, so you have to know how to manage the tires well.
Yeah, good point. Because we haven't seen too much of RB on 600s in this championship anyway. Some quality time out there is Wayu Nugroho on the Indonesian Yamaha. He goes well here.
Yeah, I think this Chang International Circuit suits his riding style. He's quite a smooth rider, but he's also quite strong under braking.
Yeah, he goes through turn 6. really nice and clean.
Currently,
Very quiet out there.
yeah, it is. I was supposed to say, we've only got 3 riders out on track. Tanat, who's just come out. Wahyu, who's been running. Narbi as well, who's been doing quite a number of laps.
Yeah, are you staying out?
Yeah, you'd have to imagine this is just him trying to find the final bits of setup before they enter practice 3, where they probably want to do some race simulation.
Yeah, that was 141.
Tanat's improved through Sector 2. Sector 1 was an okay Sector 1 for him. Let's see what he does. He comes across the line, 40.280. He goes up into third, so good improvement by Tanat Longpo.
Yeah, okay, so as anticipated, going stronger in second stint. However, he's got almost 6/10 to overhaul Anupab and Hergen.
He's improved a lot now through Sector 1, so he's dipped in really close to the fastest Sector 1 timing, so you can expect a really good lap coming in from Tanat. He's finally found something. Look at that, he's riding full of confidence into turn 4.
Yeah, you can see it now. He'll be through the second sector any minute.
Oh yeah, improving again, so
Yeah.
this will be a good lap from Tanat. He will close the gap down to Herjanatna and Anupab. Exactly what Tanat needed from this session. I see Tanat now through the final sector. He's predicted only 4/10 off by the time he comes around Sector 3 across the line. Let's see, he might put in a really strong Sector 4. He's been really trying to push the limits at the final turn here.
Yeah, so he's 6/10 off now, and improvement, 3/10.
Yeah, that's a good one from Tanat. That's what we want to see from him.
Few spectators gathering. You do learn a lot by coming along on practice day. Oh, this is a great shot. Should be angled.
Yeah, he's really sending it in with confidence.
So the third of 3 riders in the 139s is Tanat, and closing the gap on Hergen and Anupab ahead of him. Is Hergen. I think that's his teammate ahead of him.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of Astra Honda teamwork planning that we're used to seeing.
Indeed, well, it works for them. Hergen in his second season, RB in his first.
Yeah, both of them have been training really hard back at home for them in Indonesia. RB, if those follow him on social media, even before the season started, he was week in, week out, just constantly training on the 600. Hergen as well has been doing a lot of physical training as well. A lot of running that he said, a lot of cardio that he's been doing.
Okay. Well, the worst thing if you're in any kind of competition is to feel tired and to feel that affecting your performance, isn't it? No matter what you're doing.
Yeah. Once fatigue sets in, especially in motorcycle racing. RB did not realize his teammate was there. That could have been really ugly.
Yeah, so there would have been a little flutter there under RB's leathers. Let's take another look at that. just moves across.
He's only realized it at this point. I think the first initial reaction for RB was anger, and then when he realized the surgeon, he thought, okay, wait, never mind.
Yeah. There's Karen and Powie, 4th quickest. 7/10 off the best time.
Dimas for MS Glow for men has found some improvements on this lap, 41.7, so that's 2/10 faster than he was in practice 1. So decent job from the experienced Dimas Eki Pratama.
Yeah, I'd really like to see him taking some steps and getting closer. Only 2 seconds off. I have to believe they're going to get that sorted out and move up. Is that Izam coming out? So still at the top is Anupab Salmoon, the number 500 for Yamaha Thailand. Anupab clear into turn 3. Nothing around him, and 5.5 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. 2 extra Hondas, some way back. Hard on the brakes, and then easing off as he goes through turn 5 into turn 6. He's pushing hard now, Anupab. Sector times are good. So I would guess on the next lap he's really going to put the hammer down.
Yeah, we got some improvements coming through sector 1 right now.
Kazma.
Somebody putting in a really good one. Sector 2 is quick with Katada as well. Cross the line. Will Kitsada move up? Yes, he does. Moves up into 9th, 1 minute 40.613 for Kitsada Tanachot. It's been more like it from Racing Thailand and Kitsada.
Let's have another look at Anupab coming around here. Yeah, laying some rubber down on the exit. Kazma, so easy to spot since the colour change. Well, I guess the pink was easy as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you, Kazma. Somebody cares out there, Daniel.
Yeah, it's nice to know that people care about our eyesight in commentary. Kazma putting in a decent session, but not quite what he would have wanted.
Anupab looks like a kind of a race pace thing he's doing here. Good sector times. There goes Ferozi. This time we've had him right in the middle of our line of vision. Dimaseki, and that really distinctive MS Glow for men Honda.
Silver bullet, tough MS Glow for men. So he's going to try and grab a quick advantage behind Astra Honda rider now.
We'll have to pick the bike up a little bit then. Top speed as it has been for a while now remains with Anupab. Arby going wide.
Dimas as well sitting out, so I think this will be... Well, Dimas is trying to let Arby go through again, I guess, so now he's pushing on again.
Yeah, not really doing each other any favours. Groho picking up the pace a little bit. This should be another good lap from the Indonesian. Rosie's just done a 1:41.7, so not quite his best. Lots of room for improvement there. Anupab, another solid couple of sectors. With just over a minute remaining, not a whole lot of drama emerging. Still have time, guys. There's Tanat. He's moved himself up nicely in this second stint.
On the Thailand riders there.
Behind his teammate now, Kitsadar. Taking a look up the inside as they come into turn 3, but he's not close enough to get through, so he'll try and get a toe from his teammate. There he goes.
Kids had a look on the inside there, but it would have been a bit risky to force a teammate out wide like that.
Yeah, the momentum was with Tanat, wasn't it?
Hurricane didn't need a second invitation though.
No.
Improvements coming in from Wahyu and Kyle in Sector 2. Sector 1 is also decent.
Yeah, Kyle was quick in first session. 40.5 has he improved. Kyle actually hasn't improved in this session, unlike most of them. So, final time around for Anupab Kitsadar, Tanat and Wahyu. Brings us to the end of the first half of practice day, suddenly.
Yeah, this morning session has flown by.
Time flies, yeah. So looking forward this afternoon, we've got another session coming up for Supersport, another 2 for ASB 1000, another one for 250s. And we've got Underbones and TVS as well, who will be competing on combined times, those two categories. So there's the lake, or I suppose a drainage engineer would call it a sump. But Anupab Sarmoon did a 1:39.529 on just his third time around. And that was fastest for that session. Then it was Herjan Atna, great session from him for Astra Honda. And then it was Honda Racing Thailand's Tanat, third quickest. Then Karalit Pawi, 1:40.3 for the Malaysian. Then Wahyu Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. McKinley Carl Paz, 1:40.437, sixth quickest. Helmi Asman, quiet session from him, 1:40.4. In ninth it was Kitsadar Tanachok for Honda Racing Thailand. And then Fadil RB Aditama for Astra Honda, 1:41.2. Ferozi Torikatula was 11th quickest. Then it was Dimaseki Pratama, best time for the Indonesian veteran, was 1:41.7. Then it was Izam Iqmal and Zhao Tianhao, whose best time came down to 1:50.5. So progress from the Chinese rider. We're going to just show you a slow-mo compilation, and then we're going to take a short lunch break. We'll be back in around half an hour with ASB 1000. So stay with us at Chang International Circuit for round 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. I need my lunch. .